Yellow, everyone, and welcome to another stream. I hope you guys are doing well today. I'm doing just fine, doing all right. I'm actually tired, but like, it is what it is. I am here, I'm ready, and I need to lower my music. It's a little loud. Oh, it's a bit loud. My lighting's going to be all over the place today because I have also set up for having a desk cam so you guys so we can like do card things together. But first I need to make a timer. I want to throw it on the overlay instead of like writing it on paper or something, so like that's what we're doing. I was gonna make like a I was gonna make a what do I have? What is on the screen? What is that? What is this little line here? It's not on my screen. What is, okay, hold on. I've lost my mouse. It's not you. Not you, nor you. Is it me? Oh, it might be me. That is right where the camera ends. Why would there be a line up there, though? That would be new. Why are you there? Let's see, let me just... It is my webcam. Why is there a line there? Since when is there a line? Since when is there a line above me? Can I just do that and get rid of it? I can. Weird champ. Oh, no. It's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to hit that button. That's not what I wanted to do. That's the button I wanted to hit. You know what? Fuck it. I'll hit that other button also. Let me take myself off of D&D. Let me mark that as red. Today is Monday. Oh my god, I have a game tomorrow. Ooh, tomorrow's gonna be a late night. It's gonna be a late night tomorrow. If I have any desire of getting this done. But yeah, I was gonna make a Twitter ad, or a Twitter like picture for the tweet today, and I didn't. I don't have any art or anything for the game, so like I was just like, well, what do we imagine a little gremlin like? And I'm definitely imagining the gremlin from Gremlins. But this also looks like a goblin. So like we'll see. But I didn't end up doing anything with it. I literally just did it right now, so I'm just gonna go ahead and save this real quick. I'm just gonna save you. And I'm gonna start a new thing. What I need to make today is I need to make a timer or a clock. It probably would be cute if I did like a little actual clock, but I'm gonna make a horizontal one instead. And I'll talk about that. I'll talk about why after we've done it. I'm just gonna do the whole screen. And for the sake of your eyeballs, I'm gonna throw a gray background back here. Okay, I need to do a couple of things. I need to create a couple of guides. Hold on, I need to move the mic out of the way. Dude, it is so hot and humid today. It's disgusting how humid it is today. Okay. I'm going to do probably there. That feels good. And then this is 2560. 1280 is half of this, right? 2560. Where's my divide button? Divided by 2 is 1280, yeah. Sorry, I don't have my. You guys will see when we get there. I don't have my mouse pad out here, so like, I'm like skating all over the place with my mouse today. I hit something I wasn't supposed to. I don't think so. I think we're still good. And there we go. I also don't need it to be the whole screen. So if it's 250, let's take off about 500 from each end, I'd say. I don't know what this overlay is going to look like for now. I just want to get a rough size for this while we're here. And it's going to be 2060. I believe it's going to be 500 less this way. And there we go. All right. You know what? Maybe I should. We are at 1440. I did about 1300. If I have you at 1320, that is 120. Let's have you at 100. Okay. All right. So I didn't, none of those were all guidelines, huh? None of them were symmetry lines, which is what I originally meant to do. Exactly want to delete this. So let's just do that. It's right there. Oh, it's like a mystery. It's like little secrets right there. There we go. This is what I want. I want to be able to do things and then it gets replicated down here. All right, let me turn these guidelines on so I can get my general rectangle of stuff. And we're gonna color you. See a darker color. Now the fun part is trying to figure out where the hell this layer is on. What fucking layer that's on? On that one. Maybe. It might be on that one. It's probably on that one. It is on that one. Okay, cool. Okay, now that I know approximately where I want this clock to be, now we could start doing some stuff and things. Happy, what is the day? Monday? Happy Monday to everyone. I had a good weekend. Oh, hold on. Ooh. Move that a little bit closer this way. Where I hang my headphones got caught under my mic stand, and it was really, really wrecking it. All right. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I should throw you on the other side of this. Maybe that'll just solve all of our problems. Because I never wear these headphones anyway, so it's like, what's the loss here? I don't need to see this anymore. We can drop this. Sorry, you can hear my mouse very aggressively moving across all my screens. It's kind of stuck where it is, so I can't move it very well. Oh, you know what? I probably should have done this for like those braids, those ropes I wanted to do for those ropes are, yeah, the ropes that I wanted to do for, or that I did for a lot of things actually on Gremlin stuff. All right, we want an actual clock. Oh, I deleted the middle line, huh? Oh no, that is the middle line. Oh, I fucked up. Me do this. And now let's do that. So again, just so I know where my borders are. I would like to now remove this line though. There we go. Because otherwise I'm going to keep clipping onto that line. That guideline, and I do not want that. I'm trying to think if I want the other guideline. What did I do for the other one? Did I just do this? I don't remember how the hell I did the other one. I think I might have just done circles all along the area. Something like that, maybe. Oh, you know what I did? I made one and then I just copy and pasted the whole way down is what I did. Let's do that to start with. To be bigger. Needs to be a little bit bigger because I need to put the token inside of it. But there's no way 12 of these are fitting. Let me make some marks here actually before we start. 1, 2, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to be 12 lines. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is a lot of them. I start here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm also thinking there are some design things I need to discuss because I have a rule set. I just don't know. There's an issue with it, and I'm trying to think of like a solid solution for it. It's just a matter of actually figuring it out. I think I'm going to make the first one, the last one, and the middle one big, and then the other ones can be smaller. So let's make... Oh, I probably don't want this green. Well, maybe I do want this green. We could always change the colors. The colors aren't that serious. That is probably much too large. This is probably a better size. Okay. Go. Yeah, 12. Let's put one approximately there. I'll rearrange them later. Oh, interesting. There was stuff on that layer that wasn't just... Yeah, look at that. Okay, now we can yoink that. Now we could copy it a bajillion times. Oh, that's right, I got rid of that line. Let me grab that line again. We're just off of 340, so let's just put you on 340. Just so I have a general guideline to work off of. As I move all these dots around. I'm just gonna place them all down and we'll resize them after the fact. Again, this is gonna be a clock, so we need... That's not smart of me to have done that. Let me just do this instead. One, two, three, four, 5. That's 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, this is actually named 11, so let me just move that one up instead. One of these is the original. Let me go back down and just turn the original off real quick. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 11. I need 2 more. Okay. Come down here and put you over here. Stay right where you are. And then there. Okay. Oof, we're gonna have to do a little bit of work on this one. I almost wonder if just like doing tick marks would be easier, like I have been doing, but like we're in the thick of it now. Into the thick of it. Okay. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put this back up because I think it's pretty important to have one of these like right at the beginning and right at the end. That's why I can't move you. I need to copy and paste you instead because of the symmetry line that's on it. Anytime I try to move it, it'll move the whole thing. I think I want one of these in the beginning, the middle, and the end. Soon. And then we could turn that. We can turn that one off. And let me sit here and scrutinize this a little bit. What is my height here? I need to put up my hair. It's tickling my nose too much, and I'm already having a time with this weather. Dude, it's supposed to be warm like all week and then also next week. And I'm unhappy about it. And by warm, what do I mean by warm? It's mostly humid. I think it was like in the high 70s today. It is like my body was starting to get accustomed. It was 80 today. Maybe it was 80. All right, let me catch the height and stuff for this. We are at 1263 down here. $15. Okay, so it is. Oh, it's not perfect. Oh, it's not a perfect circle. The humanity. It's not a perfect circle. What am I paying you for, guidelines, symmetry guidelines, if you're not going to make me a perfect circle? Let me grab another symmetry line then and throw it on this layer also. What are you doing? What are we doing? Why are you going sideways? And that's clearly what I don't want you to do, symmetry line. You know what? Let me up my desk a little bit so I am not as weather woes all around. Hi, Dan. This week is miserable at NYC with just rain and chill nonstop till the weekend, which promises sunlight at last, but also bitter cold. I intend to leave this apartment as little as humanly possible over the whole next couple of weeks. Honestly, mood. Like, it's nice. It's just like not nice on the body. It's nice weather. It's just like a mess. Oh, you know what I need to do to make a perfect circle? It's just that. Now that I'm thinking about it, I bet you this is now a perfect circle. That's almost perfect. I just kind of feel like you're lying to me, numbers. It's giving me like outstanding numbers, and I'm looking at the numbers on the ruler, and I'm just like, that's not what that says. It's giving me a height of 476. And like, that's like, I'm no mathematician, but somewhere between 1340 and 1233-ish doesn't feel like 476. I mean, it's nice, cozy cuddle with the cat weather, true. So as long as you stay inside, it's lovely. I just wish I got to see the sun for at least a little bit before 4:30 p.m. sunsets. Yeah, absolutely. That's a 1000% understandable. Oh, I'm gonna have to do them counting manually because this is not working with me. All right, so it is 340, technically 1341, but 1341, and I'm gonna grab my calculator. Oh, you guys can see the numbers up top. You can see I'm not going crazy. 1340 minus 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. $106 by $106. Yep, makes sense. Oh, it's because the other one's over here. But like that still doesn't equal. Maybe that's just a distance between them. You know, I'm just gonna stop thinking about it, and I'm just gonna live with the fact that I finally have a circle. So it's significantly smaller, but it's easy enough to scale. Let me move that out of the way. Let me do this. Let me expand that out by 1. Let's do rounded corners. Otherwise, how's the movement been going, Dan? All good? Are you finally done? I would like to. I'm gonna expand you one more. Are you gonna tell me after the fact how big you are after I've confirmed you? 140? Okay. That's actually a pretty good size. I'm actually not mad at that. All right. Oh, you're all on this layer. Fair enough. Another real question. Expand the area by like 12. Yeah, sure. I just need to make sure I move the whole thing over. Um, Can I just measure it from here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2. I don't love that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's approximately the middle, I guess. What up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's move over by 1. There we go. That's more or less the middle. Solid guesstimate. Just about done, yeah. Hey, was gonna do some streaming today, but decided to just focus on the last bits of the move rearrangement so I can be done. Back to streaming mines tomorrow. Let's go. Yeah, I was like, when you didn't stream today, I was like, Dan is probably still in the middle of his streaming setup. I see why you would want to move that one and not this one. There we go. Together we will wait forever to move this over to the side. I'm sure there's a shortcut I could use to move this faster. I don't know what it is though. That didn't do it. That didn't do it. That didn't do it. So slow and steady wins the race. You know what they say. I am I guess while we wait for this to move across the screen, I could talk about where I'm at with the rules. So I've decided to keep the old and new mechanic in order to try and make you fail. Admittedly, that is my goal, is to kind of get you more likely to fail. Granted, I'm also giving you a chance to be more likely to succeed. However, I'm making that less likely. Hold on. We count pixels now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I could have sworn this was 14 earlier, but like, you know, it is what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See, now it's 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. That's the middle. And then let me say this is our timer before I forget. I should call it a clock. It's a clock. But yeah, so I've made a couple of changes and we'll talk about it. I just want to finish this clock so we can do some play testing of it because I need to rework I need to rework a certain system. And admittedly, it is it's kind of stressing me out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, those are our 3 important points. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to merge you. I'm just going to throw you in the folder. Cool. Hog. That's our OG. We can erase that now. And we can put that back. Okay, I think I want to make little tick marks instead. Which means I actually don't need the symmetry thing. Oh, you know what? If I do this, it does appear on the other side. Okay. I don't need this symmetry line. Can I duplicate you and you keep your... Yeah, okay. Because I don't need this symmetry line. I need the guideline, but I don't need the symmetry line there. Yeah, okay. Because we're gonna make little tick marks where these are supposed to go instead. Because after trying to have the circles there, it's too full. I need 5 tick marks. I need that many tick marks in between, and that's just not feasible with circles to put a little token on, like I did for case closed. Even with like a significantly larger space, I still don't, it's just, it would be too big. Would it be too big? Hold on. Import image. We can move it over here so I can see better. Did I tell you guys that I got a message on my VOD channel about of apparently a friend of Wim Lawson being the person who made Case Closed, a Cold Case TTRPG. The first solo TTRPG I did. Oh, I definitely could, huh? I definitely could. I'm just being a babby about it, I guess. Because if I move this over... Yeah, that fits almost perfectly. Actually, you know what? Actually, you know what? You know what? I don't need to guesstimate. I can just count this. That's 1305. 1305 and 370 something. 1378 minus 13. Was that 05? Yeah, it was 1305. 73. What a weird number. What's half of 73? 36. Okay. 1305 plus 36. That means the middle of this needs to go in 1340. Oh, I can't count that as a middle, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, I can't actually count that as a middle. What do I need this at? If it's 73, why can I not move my thingy around? What is this? Why are you doing this? Why are you being so funky like this? Hello? Why are you being weird? That's just all I need to know. Why are we being weird? Why are we being weird right now? Fuck it. I'll make a little thing. If it's 73, I need to go 36 up and 36 down. $36 above 1340 or below 1340 is 1304, which is pretty close to where it was, to be honest with you. Honestly, this is probably, you know what, that's probably as close to middle as we're gonna get here. All right. And just guesstimating it, looking at it, that's probably as good as we're gonna get sideways also. Yes. Okay. So I'm just gonna make our little circles here. There we go. All I need to do is copy this and then just paste it and move it to the side. And cover the other one. And then copy another one and then move that one to the side. All right, then we copy it and then we put another one down. In fact, I do believe we can make these even bigger than they are. All right, and then our last one. Okay, we're gonna have to do something about that on the side. I believe I can just delete things on the other side, though. No harm, no foul. Yeah. Okay, because we're still on symmetry, I think I can just drop a dot and everything will be fine. Yes. Okay. And we just need to make sure we drop these dots exactly where they need to be. And nope. How'd the Fandible boys like the new setup, Dan? I saw that you did some recording at your place this time around. No way for me to. Yeah, I think we just keep it like that. If I want to do something fancier, we'll do something fancier in the future. Let me just turn off these. Oh, there we go. It's like, what layer is that on? Like I said, if we do something fancier with it, we do something fancier with it. But for now, we just do this because I have other things I need to get done. Let's just save that. Oh, no. Okay, let's save that. Moving this over here. Just set a button on my keyboard. Hopefully that wasn't anything of import. Oh, they were pretty thrilled with it. It's a nice space for recording and just running games. Oh, I love that. It looked nice. It was a nice little area. Hey, Kalina, how you doing? All right, now I need to, it's this one? It is that one. Oh, no, not on this screen though. We played a technocracy flavored Christmas themed game of Mothership. Ooh, you finally got some Mothership in there. How'd the guys like it? We can close this for now. Oh, you know, I'll leave it open. No harm, no foul. We need to head to this screen. And I need to add 12. Tick clock. I did the wrong thing. Smile. There we go. Tick clock. Unload but not showing. I'm gonna put this here. Oh, should we put the Gremlin gifts on top of this? Well, hi there. All right, how are you, my friend? I'm doing well. I'm doing good. You know, it's out here a little hot, a little humid thanks to the weather, but aside from that, doing good. We can throw the support me underneath. And I just need to figure out where the hell that is. There we go. That could just go under me. I could lower that even more, actually. All right, that goes there. Hit that. No background for this one. I guess I could. I think I have the image that I use for the background somewhere around here. Tune. We had fun with it. Ran into minor new to the game, so not sure what I can actually do kinds of issues, but no real showstoppers. Hey, let's go. Was this your official official pod recording of Mothership? Have I told you guys that my downloads folder is my everything folder? So whenever I have to find something, I just have to scroll through the history of everything I've ever downloaded and then not find it. Is it this one? No. Is it on my desktop? It's on my desktop. You never would have guessed it. It was on the desktop. If you're ever wondering what the background of our game prep stuff looks like, it's literally just that. There we go. Now we have like a nice little background. No, I used to have an outline, but I don't know where the hell that is. I could spend a millisecond looking for it. Yep, it'll be out probably in a few weeks once it's edited and cleaned up. Hell yeah. You know what I can always do? Where's my actual game night? Hold on. Where is actual game night? I'm fairly certain I don't have this on the same layer. Ah, there we go. Now you can import or export you. Outline. That's what we'll call it. Boop, boop. We close out of here. Do not save, please and thank you. All right, nothing very important on that message. Good, good. Now we come back over here. Again, so sorry for you guys hearing my mouse just smack the fuck out of my desk. Because I have approximately 2 inches to move it right now. And I have a pretty high or a pretty low DPS and DPI. There we go. Now it looks just a tiny bit cleaner. I'll have a green token, but I don't have a blue token, huh? That's fine. We are going to copy you. And we're going to paste a duplicate. Yes. We'll have that be our little token. Let me... I think it's this one. Let me put this on top of this so I can just see what I can get away with hue-wise while making this not look as depressing. And we can make it like a little pink. Okay. Let me just make sure all of this is... So I can move this freely. Okay. Okay, so I have the rules on here that you may or may not have been reading. I don't know. I don't know what you've been doing with your life, but I have the rules above me now. And I need to move OBS so I can read them. Let me move everything back to where it was. Then I move this over here. Okay. So don't know how readable that is to you guys. I can make it a little bit bigger, I guess. Maybe bolded. That a little bit easier to read. I don't know. But this is what we've got, right? So I wrote this in between the hours of, I would say, 2 a.m. and 5 to 6 a.m. So how understandable it is, we're both going to find out today. But this is the setup I had. I had like the cards here. Oh, this moved again. I had like the cards here, right? I didn't move my keyboard, so like they were smushed here. On my computer, I had a paint. I had paint open so I could do all the clock stuff. instead of me, myself, and I, instead of like having a little piece of paper on the side because I didn't have any room. And then I had Google Docs open with this document above me on my phone, typing it out instead of like reaching over everything and typing on my keyboard that would have been here. And that's what I did in that morning. So just so you guys know where I'm at here. Hey, Crit Witch, how you doing? Yes. The creative hours, which are not the same as the coherent hours. Exactly. So what this is you are, this is not what, this is just me trying. So I think the biggest difficulty I had, I guess, before I get into this is I had the difficulty of trying to figure out what my goals were in this game aside from just making a Rube Goldberg machine. The Rube Goldberg machine was actually the easiest part for me to figure out. The rest of it was the hard part. Like, why? I know I had the story down, but like mechanically, I needed to make it make sense. And then most importantly, I didn't have an end goal, so I couldn't figure out how to end the game. I couldn't figure out what mechanic to use to end the game because I didn't know what my goal was. So as I was writing this out, I was like, let me just write down what I know now. And then if we come up with something, we come up with something. Otherwise, good luck, have fun with me. So we have, you are tiny gremlins and can only carry your tools to the location. You've scouted it out, so you know where the useful items are in the location. Now it's a matter of choosing them. Pull them one by one until the sun rises. And by pull them, I mean the carts. You had a rough idea on how you were going to connect all these items so each pull gets attached to the previous item. Each time you pull a card, flip a coin to determine if it's an old and worn item or a brand new item ready for wear and tear. Older items could be reliable or teetering on the edge of unusable. Roll with 2 dice and take the lower number. Newer items are shiny and strong if you bought it from the right merchant. Roll 2 dice and take the higher number. Yeah, spicy. Then I have, each failed roll is 1 through 3. Takes your clock up by an additional hour. Then there's a lot of this in this document. Hey, Bude, how you doing? There's a lot of this here where I have like, is this a good mechanic to add in there? Let me just write it down and we'll figure it out separately, right? But yeah, so 1 through, this is my optional idea. So 1 through 3, if you fail, roll again to determine what goes wrong. Check what goes wrong table. I don't think we're going to do that, but I wrote it down nonetheless. And then I have 4 to 6. You succeed and you can move on to the next step. Roll a 1. Now this is a new thing I wrote in here. Lurkin. Have a good lurk. Roll a 1, move the clock forward again and get a chaos point. That's the new thing. Okay, keep that in mind. We got chaos points now. Roll a 6, move the clock back by 1 and get a chaos point. I don't know if I want to give people who roll a 6 another advantage here, or if I just want to put it on the 1. I don't know. But that's what we have right now. And also the rule of you don't want to roll past 12, which is why it's important to me to have this timer up right now, this clock. So this is how I'm limiting the game. This is how we reach the end point, right? Oh, heck yeah, give me them points. If your roll sends you past 12, this will make more sense later. If your roll sends you past 12, you immediately end the game and tally up your points to see how well your gift recipient traverses your trap. I mean, present. Do not include the card that pushed you over the time limit. If you push past 12 on your 5th card pool, you will only tell the tale of the first 4 cards. However, you need at least 5 cards to reach the finale. If at any time you roll a 1 or a 6, you have gotten a chaos point. Chaos points. Chaos points give you the opportunity to re-roll your lowest die on any roll after receiving it. However, the outcome is either an epic fail or an epic success. Unlike other rolls, chaos rolls are 1 through 3. Unlike other rolls, chaos rolls are 1 through 3 is an epic fail, 4 through 6 is an epic success. Either you move your clock back by 1 or you jump forward by 1. If you roll a 1 or 6 on your chaos die, you may replenish the chaos point. Because this is why I'm like, do I want chaos points on 6s? Or if I want to give people some sort of comeback mechanic. Anyways, you can use a chaos die on a coin flip or on dice. Coin flips work the same. Flip the coin again and live with your result. This replaces the original outcome of the roll. And then here's my question mark to myself. You call it before? You're not going to call it before. We're not doing that. You may at any point before the 13th hour, and after resolving 5 rounds of cards, begin the working on the finale. You can begin working on the finale. For the finale, pull 3 cards. Roll to see if they are old or new. Note it down, as you will with all your cards, because it's important enough of a mechanic. You will combine these 3 items to create the finale of your dreams. Roll for each card as you have before. If old, roll twice, take the lowest number. If new, roll twice, take the highest number. You may use your chaos points here. 1 through 3 is a failure, 4 through 6 is a success. If you roll a 1 or 6, you still gain a chaos point that you may use on any roll after you've resolved the card's outcome. If you rolled at least 2 successes, your finale is a success. You finished right before the gift recipient woke up and you have time to find a good seat to watch the show. If you rolled at least 2 failures, your finale falls apart. This is where swipe typing, let me tell you, swipe typing, a mess. When you're trying to get something across quickly. If you rolled at least 2 failures, your finale falls apart before it gets to be used, or it gets negatively affected by another part of your trap. Either way, the racket has woken up your gift recipient and you have to scramble to get out of the way and into a good seat to watch the show. Each card gives you a point, and this is her finale. Because at that point, you're giving out chaos points every 3rd roll on average, which could work, but also lead to potentially very chaotically quick game with the right set of rolls. Yeah. Each card gives you a point. New or old, fast or slow, the amount of cards, only the amount of cards matter now. If your finale, this is where we're like a little wishy-washy. I kind of like it, I kind of don't. It needs a little bit of work, I think, on the side of the playing the game as opposed to the point getting way. So, new or old, fast or slow, only the amount of cards matter now. If your finale succeeded, you get 3 points. If your finale failed, you get 1 point. I considered doing 0 points, but I don't know yet. I don't know. I haven't sat down with the numbers yet, really. Because it was like 6 a.m. when I finished this. So 4 points, 4 points. Oh, and this is what you get. Again, I haven't looked at any of the notes. I have a very basic idea of how the notes go. I even saved the paint thing that I did just so I could show you guys here in a second. 4 points. This is an underwhelming showing. For all your work and efforts, only 1 or 2 of the steps of your plan go as planned. I wrote this at 5 and 6 a.m. before I went to bed. So just this is the end of the doc. So just know what we're working with here. And the rest are figured out, ignored, or plain didn't work. The most disappointing part of it all is a lack of reaction from the gift recipient. Not annoyed or happy, but apathetic. Describe how your gift recipient maneuvers around the traps or how parts malfunction and go awry. 5 through 8 points. Your gift didn't completely fall apart. Some parts were effective, others not so much. You watch it all clank along. Your gift recipient was perturbed, but you were hoping for a bigger reaction. Describe how your gift recipient danced around your trap and what worked and what fell apart. 9 through 14. Your gift went off with only a few hitches, and even though somehow ended up working in your favor. You work long and hard to reach this point, and it sounds like your gift recipient is rousing from their deep slumber, just in time to get your snacks and find your front row seat to watch your gift in action. Describe how your gift recipient falls for your trap and how your trap works almost as planned. More importantly, how did your gift recipient react? And then 15 plus points. This gift will be spoken of for generations to come. The tale of a group of gremlins with true spirit and tenacity of chaos and giving perfectly combined in the group of gremlins who created a masterpiece where the reactions echo through the city. A creation so great it began a tradition around gremlin communities everywhere, each trying to reach the pinnacle that was reached this night. The greatest prank set up by a group of gremlins with a dream sown with chaos. Maybe is what I meant there. Describe how your gift was received by the gift recipient. How did it go so perfectly? Even any parts that didn't go as planned worked even better in action. Describe how the gift recipient reacted and how this prank echoed through the village. Now, all of these numbers are really like all over the place. 15 plus, the reason of the point discrepancy between 4 and 15 is because it was just the last math that I did that night. Let me come back over here. And let's go back over here so I can have the Wacom here. So we could all see my beautiful paint that I did here, my hieroglyphics, as one might put it. So let me interpret this for you, right? So we have right here. This up here is our clock, right? You can see the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, or what one would assume is what that means. And then you see these little arrows down below it, and those little arrows are signifying where I'm moving my token each turn. Now what I have learned is that my die, when I roll them a little bit, just like a quick out of my hands drop, will almost always fall on a 1 or a 2. It turns out that that's just what happens when they fall out of my hand and roll about 2 inches. I'm not even 2, maybe 1. So I did not do very well on my on my run. In fact, I failed almost every roll. Not only failed, epically failed. I rolled a 1. So so the way this works, right? You start on 0, and then every time you start a turn, you move your token forward no matter what. So every turn, you're at least going to move your token up once. If you fail, you're going to move it over 1 more. And if you epic fail, you move it over twice. So we start off on 1, we fail once, we go to 2, we epic fail, we go to 3. If you succeed, you don't move. If you roll a 6, you go back by 1. That's kind of the shtick here at the moment. Then next, so I end on 3. After my first round, my next round starts, I move forward once more to start the next round. That's why I have this 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 down here. Those are each round, right? So I have round 1, round 2, round 3 here at 6, round 4 at 8, and round 5 here at 12. And each round, you pull your card, and that's what really signifies what round you're on. Every time you pull your card, you move your token forward by 1. I think it's the best way to think about it. And yeah, I failed each roll. I failed every single one of them. So what you do first is, let me pop on back over here. You pull your card out. You move your token over by 1 to the first tick, right? because we've officially started the game, we move by 1. Then you flip a coin, or in this case, I'm just going to roll a die. This isn't even the die that always rolled 1. You probably can't see this one because it doesn't have points, but that's a 1. I'll try to use these die that make a little more sense. So I roll a 1. That means that this card is old, or this item is old. Whatever the 3 of diamonds is, we get an old item, which means now we're going to roll 2 die. And we're going to take the lower of the 2 numbers. So we're going to roll our 2 die. And well, we rolled a 1 and a 3. I just flipped it as I was grabbing it back. That means we take the 1 and not the 3. Now, either way, that would have been a fail, but a 1 is our epic fail. Which means that the first thing we resolve is removing this. Let me lock that image real quick. We are moving over by 1 because we failed, and then another 1 because we epic failed. So now we're on. Okay, I didn't click on anything. That's good. I clicked on my Discord or on my Twitch dashboard on my quick actions on accident. But there we go. We're on our 3rd tick. And we failed that. But also we now get a chaos point. So we'll just use this. We'll use this as our reference, right? We will. Is this on top? Can I just do this? No, because I don't want to move that. I forgot I needed a different token for this. But we'll consider that our chaos point up top, right? So we have a chaos point now. So at any point now, we can forego rolling 2 dice and just roll 1 dice, and whatever number that lands on is going to be an epic fail or an epic success. So stakes are high, but you got to do what you got to do. Now, I'm just going to continue describing how this goes, and then I'm going to talk about why I'm not in love with the system and why we might need to adjust some things. So now we've resolved all of that. We're on to our second card, right? We get our second card. We roll our dice, or we flip our coin to see if it is new or old. So in this case, it's new, because it's 4 to 6 is the other half. I just don't want to flip a coin, so I'm using dice here. So I'm now going to roll 2 dice, and we're going to take the higher roll. So in this case, we got a 6. We got a 6 this time. So that means right now, as the system goes, we get a chaos point. But as I've described before, I don't know if I love that. So instead, we're just going to go with it for now. Oh, we started a turn, so let me move my token over by 1. And we got an epic success, so we actually just moved back. So I actually didn't have to move, but for the sense of getting a sense of the game, that's what we do. And that's that resolved, right? Now in the game, I'm also looking at the prompt. I'm seeing the thing, and I'm describing how, this item and this item work together in conjunction. But that's not what we're doing right now. So that's not what I'm concerned about right now. We pull another card. We roll to see if it's old or new. It's a fail, so it is. Oh, let me move forward one, because I pulled a card and we started a new turn. It's new, and I failed, so I'm going to roll 2 dice, and whichever one is lower, we're going to take that number. So we're still getting a pass. We rolled a 4, but that 6 is negated. So we do pass. We succeed here. So that means that our token doesn't move this turn. With the rules as they are at the moment, without revising them as we play, that's what we're doing. So we pull another card. Because again, we need to get at least 5 cards before we even consider going for the end of the game. Once we hit that 6, I'm going to tell you my idea for the second half of this clock to make things go faster. But for now, again, we're playing the game as is. So we have, we pull another card. We roll to see, we move our token forward. We roll to see if it's new or old. It's new. That does not count. This is our 6, by the way. This does not count as an epic epic success, because this is just a coin toss. This is not an actual 6. This is literally just a 50-50. I could use any die for this. I'm just choosing to use a d6 for ease of items. So, but we succeed. That means when we roll now to see how well our turn goes for us, how well we use this item, we will, well, here's hoping I don't pull anything out. I can reach it with my foot. Let's go. How well we use the item, or how well the item fits in our machine. So, even though we take the higher number, a 3 is still a fail. So we're still going to move this forward by 1, and we're up to 6 o'clock. Now, right now, there's no rules for 6 o'clock. But because I'm already at 5 cards, I'm already at 5 cards, which means I kind of want you to start wrapping this up. And if our next turns go like our first half, even with an epic fail, this is only how far we moved. I kind of want us to start wrapping this up in the second half. So I am considering that once you hit the halfway mark, somehow, some way upping the pressure, making things count for more, almost, I think is maybe what needs to happen here. So instead of moving back an hour, maybe for 6, rolling a 6, you don't move on a 6, but on a success, you still move forward by 1, and a fail, you move forward by 2, maybe. That is my thought right now, that at the halfway point, which we're at right now, I want the pressure to mount as your time whittles down. I'm also considering whether or not 12 is your nth hour. If once you hit 12, that's the end, or 12 is the last second you could do something. I'm thinking 12 is the end. I'm thinking 12 is the end. So that's your finale. Once you hit 12, you have to enter your finale. I'll let you know what happens when we hit the 12, though. So let's just continue playing as we are right now. So I pull a card. I move my token forward by 1. I flip my coin to see if it's old or new. We rolled old, so that means we roll our die again, and we take the lower number. Again, we rolled a 2 and a 6, but because we're only taking the lower number, that 6 does not count for anything. And this means we fail, so we move our token forward again. Hold on, there's a little hair there. And again, there's narrative things you're doing in the middle of these games, but we're just not doing that at the moment. Sorry, my camera keeps, the camera keeps tipping to the side. Okay, so we flip a card. We roll our die. Again, heads or tails is what this die is. I just don't want to flip a coin, so that's 6. Just means that this is new. So when we roll 2 dice, we're taking the higher number. We roll a 1 and a 6. So we take the 6, and rules as they are right now, that just means we get another chaos point. Yeah, no, chaos points are only going to be for ones. Chaos points are only going to be for ones. I don't like them being for sixes. All right. I'm declaring that now. And it does not feel great. Did I move my token? I'm going to pretend I moved my token. And technically we moved back by one, but I'm just going to go forward because I don't remember if I moved the token or not. So drop the card, move the token over by one. Roll to see if it's old or new. It's new, so we take the higher of the two numbers. We get a 6 here. So technically, so that means we don't move. And so now we see how I'm pulling a ton of cards. This is my issue here. So we roll again. That's new, and we rolled another 6. Okay, we don't move. All right. I'm considering if you get a new item, you just roll one die. I think you just have to 50-50 it with a new item. I don't know. I'm punishing you for rolling old, but like I don't think I need to reward you for rolling well. Because then things like this happen. So we roll a die. We're gonna say this one's old, cause fuck it. Did I move this token already? I'm gonna move it for me. Then I'm gonna roll, take the lower of the two numbers, and then I fail, so I move over to 12. So what happens when you hit 12? Right now it's rules written, although I've already changed it as we've talked about it. At 12, that's a game end. That's game end. However, I did play with fire there because if I had rolled a 1 here and I would have had to push past 12. That means we would have instantly finished the game there, and we would have only counted these 10 cards. Although 10 cards is still a very good roll, so these are the rules we're changing. I have made my decision. Gavel, gavel. We are doing 1 is our chaos point. 6, just get fucked. If you roll a 6, you already won. You got a reward enough. I don't need to reward you anymore. Fuck you. Then if you succeed, we're gonna try this with move forward 1, fail, move, or epic fail, move forward 3, a regular fail. This is all behind my head, I know, sorry. Fail is going to be move forward 2. Because unfortunately I need you to just, because like even though you're moving forward, I need this to go faster. So I'm gonna see if that makes it go faster. And then when you hit 6, land or move past 6, you now everything is every move is doubled on the clock. Succeed, move forward twice. Fail, move forward. That's not going to work. These numbers, I already inflated these numbers, so that's not going to work. When you move plus 6, when you move past 6, what's an effective way I can just make you have to keep progressing forward? Maybe instead of only moving the token once, you always move it twice? At the beginning of each round, move your instead of moving your clock forward by 1, now you move it twice. All right, 2 times. Maybe that'll be a sufficient way to get the move going. And I didn't roll my chaos die once, because I didn't need to, but now I might need to. The chaos die 1000% is just so you have a chance to getting to the finale. Because if you fail 5 times in a row, depending how you fail, you're not gonna hit 5. You're not gonna hit 5 cards. Therefore, you're not gonna even get that chance to hit. So if we look at my thing over here, my hieroglyphics, you'll see that I epic failed here. I failed, I epic failed, and I epic failed again, and that threw me past 12. So I had 2 normal fails and 3 epic fails. So I did not have the opportunity to finish the game because I only have 4 cards now, so no finale for me. But I would like you to have some sort of comeback mechanic that if you are unlucky like I was on this day, you have an opportunity to come back, and also something to kind of have in the finale. So if you have rolled 1 fail, you're now nervous at rolling a second fail. You can use your chaos points there. Because you get to choose to do your chaos after the fact. After you've rolled and you saw you failed, you can be like, you know what, I'm gonna take my chances here. What do I have to lose, you know? But in this case, if like I would have gotten the chaos point here at 1 and at 4. So I could have used this chaos point at any point in round 2, 3, or 4, or 5 to re-roll again to see if I get a success to stop moving forward. But these numbers might change depending on these new rules, but I think I kind of like the mechanic as written. I just think I need to adjust the numbers essentially. So let's do this with the new rules, right? Again, these cards have things associated with them. There's like the whole narrative part of the game that I'm just skipping past in order to test these rules. So that's why it's kind of just a dice rolling game at the moment. But just know that that's what's happening. So we have our 8 there. Oh, let me grab my token again. Move it back to the beginning of our turn. So we move it forward by 1. And it's before 6. We're going to roll to see if this is a new or old item. We rolled a 1. Again, this does not count for our chaos point. That is just a heads or a tails, essentially. So we have an old item, so we're taking the lower of the 2 numbers. We got a 2, so we failed, and we're moving forward by 1. All right, so I pull another card, and I move my die forward. I am grabbing something and moving it each time. I don't know what it is, but I'm simply just gonna hit a quick lock on everything. So I don't move anything but the tokens. Oh, I also have these. Let me just hide those for now. We moved our token, beginning of our next turn. Now let's roll to determine if this is a new or old item. I rolled a 4. That means it's a new item. I didn't roll it. I didn't change the if it's a new item only roll. I'm gonna roll this with the old rolls, and if this roll is an issue, I will just make you roll 1 die. You get a 5, so we succeed. So we move forward by 1. Right? Oh shit. I probably shouldn't do that for you guys. Oh, hold on. Let me just move this over here for me. Epic fail, move forward 2. Oh, a fail, you move forward 2. I've immediately forgotten my own rule, so we're just resetting. So our first one we roll here, old, new. It's old. 2 dice. Take the lower of the 2. I rolled a 1. This time we get a chaos point. So I'll move that over there. An epic fail means we move forward 3. 1, 2, 3. That feels a little extreme for how common that's probably going to be, but you know, we're trying it out. We hit another point. Move forward by 1. Is it old or new? It's new. So we take the higher of the 2 numbers. We succeed. We still move forward by 1. We hit 6. So now we are in the end game. So now when I pull my card and I move my token forward, instead of moving it once, we're moving it twice. We have 3 cards. We need to get at least 5 for the finale. So is it new or old? It's a new item. And I rolled a 2, but I have a chaos point. So I'm going to use my chaos point and roll 1 dice and fail or success. That's an epic fail. 2, 3. Yeah, I think that might be a little extreme. Because we pull our next card and that's we only get 4 and we hit this. So our epic fail, I think, is too much. I think 3 is too much. Along with the let's try the old rules. Let's try old rules and let's try our old rules with the new system past 6. I got 4 cards, which isn't bad. But let's do that instead. So we pull our first card, we move our token forward. We determine if it's old or new. It's new. So we roll 2 dice, take the highest one. We got a 6. So we don't move. We just stay there. Which is fine. We pull another card. Because I forgot to change the rules or set any rules for 6. We rolled a 3, so this is an old item. We roll twice and take the lower one. Snake Eye! So that's an epic fail. We need to start there, and the epic fail is we move forward twice. So we're there now. But we do get a chaos point because we got an epic fail. We pull another card. We roll our die. New or old. It's old. We roll twice, take the lower number. We rolled a 2, so we fail. Oh, I forgot to move forward, huh? So this was round 1. We didn't move. This is round 2. Yeah, we need to move forward by 1. We fail, so we hit that. We're in the end game now, so now we need to tick forward twice. So I pull a card. This is that. Epic success, epic fail. Beginning of next turn, we failed. So this is our new turn. We're here. We rolled a 4, so that means it's new. So we get to take the higher of the 2 numbers. Either way, we would have succeeded. Oh, we moved twice here. If we succeeded, we don't move. All right. So we pull another one. Every single time I get the title drop line from Avengers Endgame, we're in the endgame now. Exactly. All right, it's a new card, so you roll twice, take the higher of the 2 numbers. They were both 2, so either way, that's a fail. So we move forward by 1. I pull a new card. We move forward twice. I don't have that chaos point anymore, I don't think. We move twice now. So here we have a choice. We move twice here. If I succeed, I move. I don't move. If we fail, we enter the end game. Or we enter the finale. If we epic fail, that's the end of the game. Because 1, 2. Do we epic fail here? Let's see. If we start here, if we epic fail, 1, 2. No, we start the game, we go 1, 2. So if we start here, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, we'll do a 13th hour. Once you reach hour 12, that's your finale. That's when you work on your finale. And then if you hit past, I think that works with these new rules. Yeah, so we're here 1, 2. So here we get the chance of a failure. We either succeed or we get the fail, and we get to use our next card. Which is potentially this one. I can't remember if I pulled that card or not. We'll say that we pulled that card. So we move forward. We're here now. We roll to see if it's a new or old card. It's a new card, so we roll with advantage here. And we roll a 6. So in theory, we don't move. So now we're playing like a hold'em, essentially, with ourselves. Is what we're doing here at the end. You're just trying to see if you're going to hit 21 or go over. That is the game you are playing when you're in this last half. So that's, I don't move. So I got this card for free. Now we move to 12. And you hit the finale here. So the finale is you pull 3 cards. So we have 7 cards. That's what we... Oh, I have so much headroom up here. Wait, hold up. So we pull 3 cards. Again, all of these have items associated with them. I just don't have the items at hand right now, so I'm not being like, I just pulled a wrench. So we have these 3 cards. And for each of these cards, we're going to call them old or new. So our 3, we roll our die. This is an old card. We roll our dice. Take the lower of the 2 numbers. It's a 3. That's a fail. So our 3 is a fail. So now if either of these 2 fail, we fail. So we roll to see if this is a old or new. This is another old item. We roll. Wait. Is that what I said in my rolls? Is that what I changed here? Yes. Yeah. The rules are exactly the same here. This is where I might, maybe we include the chaos point for the 6 just to make things spicy at the end. So let's do that. Let's re-roll, quote unquote re-roll for this. So we pull our first card. We roll to see if it's new or old. It's new. I rolled a 6. I just flipped it. So it's a new item. So we roll 2 and take the highest of the 2. It's a pass. We rolled a 4. So it's a pass. So that's it. So we succeeded with 1 card. We roll for our 8 to see if it's new or old. It's old. That 1 is not a chaos or anything. So it's new. we roll 2 and take the higher number. We rolled a 3 as our highest number. So that's a fail. So now we flip our last card and we're 50-50 whether or not we get our finale points here. We roll a die. It's a new card. So 50-50 essentially. And we roll a 5. So this is a success. That is a success. So we get 3 points here. Okay. I wish I were writing down if these were all successes or failures, just so I could see like my percentages here, but I didn't. So now we're here. I mean, I guess I could guess depending on the cards we have. But we get 3 points now. So we get to count all 3 of these cards. So now we count our cards, right? So we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We rolled 10. I feel like we had like a fairly good average game. We failed some, but we succeeded a lot more than we failed. I think. Because I didn't write anything down, so I have literally no clue how well we did. That felt like a fairly average game you would have. And with our points we have here, that's 9-14. That means everything went off perfect, essentially really well. 15 is perfect, because if we go back to our handy dandy crazy charts here, down here you'll see these other number lines essentially. So these all of these have 12 ticks on them, and all of these little bones that you see are what happens in certain scenarios. So this is if you fail every single roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You would get 6 cards in the beginning if you failed every single roll. If you epic failed every single roll, you would only get 4 cards. Which means you wouldn't reach the finale. If you succeeded every card, and this is when I fell asleep because I could not handle this information. If you succeeded on every single roll with the old rules, you would collect 12 cards. And then if you got the good ending on the finale, essentially, you would get 15 points. I wrote 15 plus because this isn't counting you rolling 6s and not moving, or moving back. So there is potential for you to, if you succeed every single roll and you get 6s, there is a potential for you to get more than 15 cards with the old rules. But now, and that's why I need to force you to move forward in the second half. Because of the psychopaths with the god tier luck, who will succeed on every single roll, and in fact will roll 6s more often than not. So that's why I needed some sort of push you forward in the second half scenario, whether that's you getting tired, the things you have to do get more elaborate. You know, projects are always easier at the beginning than they are at the end. Because you start losing things, you start making mistakes, you have to take breaks, whatever it is. Things at the beginning always go faster than they do at the end. So I think that's a good way to represent that in the mechanics. But yeah, that's why I needed to push you forward. If you were wondering why I needed to push you forward, it's because you could pull 12 plus cards, and that just seemed like a punishment to me. I'm punishing you for being too good at the game. So let me, this time around, let's do that again, and let me actually write down on my handy dandy paint. On my handy dandy paint stuff. To make sure I'm keeping track of things. In fact, I'm also going to draw a 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to draw a shitty clock here also for me. so I can keep track of this. So here we draw our first. I don't know why I'm doing it for your sake, just so you don't see the same cards. I have no idea what cards I'm rolling. So for card 1, we roll to see if it's new or old. It's old. So I am going to roll twice, take the lower number. I got a 3, we failed. So we start here. I failed. That means we move forward by 1. So this is 1, and that's a fail. Gonna write that there. Okay. So we started the game. We failed. Next turn. We roll 6. That's a new card. Again, when we only roll 1 die, that means that's a 50-50. It's a heads or tails. I just don't want to flip a card. So new, we take the higher of the 2 numbers. We get a 5. We succeed. So that means wait, no, new rules. And new rules is if I succeed, I move forward. No, we didn't change the rules, right? We didn't change the rules. So succeed, we stay. Successes, we stay. All right, so starting the next turn, we move forward by 1. We start our 3rd turn. We roll to see if it's a new or old card. It's an old card. That means we take the lower of the 2 die. We rolled a 3. That's a fail. That means we move forward by 1. Which means that we start at 6 with our 4th card, meaning our new rules are enacted. Do I make you It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the rolling rules don't change, only how you move your token does. So it actually does not matter. If you hit 6 on this turn, but after 6 you will do the things. Okay, so we pull our 4th card. We roll to see if it's new or old. It's old. That was almost a 6. I need you guys to know. It bounced and it hit a 4 instead, or a 3 instead. So we got a 2, which means that's a fail. So we move forward by 1. I'll talk about it later. So we failed, move forward by 1. And this is where we begin our new rules. So instead of moving there, we move to 5. 1, 2. We hit our 5 there. Are we new or old? We're new. We hit a 4. Hold on. Let me do new. We roll 2. We get a 6. That's a success. And we don't move. Oh, both of our new cards have been epic successes. All right. So now we move forward. We pull our card. We actually moved back 1, but I actually didn't move the card at all. So, No, because we were here, we moved forward by 1. And then we started a new turn, we ended up here. Success is you stay. Epic success, you move back by 1. Oh, so this wasn't an epic success. Let me erase that there. Actually, I think that was the last thing I wrote there. So yeah, I can just erase that. Okay, so we move back by 1, actually. So we have here, this is... So we move back here, but we move forward twice for our new turn. So 1, 2, gets us to 6 here. All right, we roll for our 6th card now. I caught it. That is a new card. So that means we roll with success in mine. But we fail anyways. So we move forward by 1. And this is where I make the choice whether I hit or stay. I haven't hit any epic fails, so I don't have any chaos points. So if I hit here, I could get another card and we can potentially get 7 cards going into the finale. Or I fail and I get sorry, I'm thinking about something else. I fail and so I either succeed or get an epic success. No, none of them happen. Because I'm going to move forward nonetheless, right? We end our game here on 6. Because we start our next turn at 12. And we technically skip over to 13 here, but I don't think I'm going to penalize you for that. We're hitting 6 here. I think because, okay, here's the thing. Once you have 5 cards, you can call the game there. You can go to your finale. So I don't have to move my token forward. I can call the finale here with my 6 cards, and just move my token to 12 and call finale time. I forget that that's a rule I enacted. That's in the rules. So we pull 3 cards, but I'm going to do them one at a time because we need to roll to see if they're old or new. It's new, so we take the... Hold on, I need to write these down. I need to extend this canvas a little bit. So this is finale. I can't wait to show you what I've written here. 1, it's new. So did we... So we roll twice and we take the higher of the 2 numbers. They're double 6s. So we'll take that as a chaos point because I do want to test that out. I think it makes this part a little more exciting unless RNG if you get a chaos point. I can't wait to spell this out with my mouse. A chaos point. So I get 1 chaos point because I rolled a 6. We rolled an epic success. All right, so that's 1 success. Again, epics don't count for anything more than just 1 success. We roll an ace. We get another new card. We roll a 4. I don't know why I said ace. Well, we pulled an ace. We rolled a 4. So now we roll twice. We fail. And we rolled another chaos point. We rolled snake eyes. So what do I do in this situation? So you can call if you're using your chaos point before or after your roll. So I rolled a 1, so I get a chaos point. But if I call a chaos point to re-roll this, do I keep the chaos point? Is that just maximum chaos to just keep the point and re-roll it with a previous chaos point? Let's try it with that. Let's try it to see. Let's roll my chaos point. Maximum chaos. I used one of my chaos points, but I rolled another chaos point. You can't use more than one chaos point in a roll. Maximum chaos. So we rolled our chaos point, and we got another fail. So that either way, this is now a fail, but we did get 2 chaos points out of it. So we out here. So here's the other thing. You can roll a chaos point for a coin flip. So I can use both of my chaos points here at the end. If I really desire. And we rolled old. So I'm going to re-roll again because I have nothing to lose if I roll old again. And I roll a 6. Which in theory, which means nothing because this is a coin flip. But this does mean that we now rolled new. So now I get to roll 2 dice and get, and we have our 50-50 here. Maybe I still have a chaos point left, but we're new now, so I can re-roll this. And I roll another 6, so that's a pass. A pass and technically another chaos point, but we're not rolling anything else past this point. So chaos. I said, hey, we want to test chaos points. We want to test that 6s and 1s are chaos points here at the end. I think that's fun. I think it's fun to make chaos points 1s and 6s at the end. Because it gives you the biggest rush for 3 points. Because it's all or nothing. Part of me wants to give you 0 points if you fail. Should we go 3 points at the end? So here's the thing. You have to roll a 1 or a 6 on the die to get a chaos point. So that was an abnormal situation, right? Normally you would just roll straight, probably through that. There's a good chance you only roll straight there. But that is 3 points. So you either get 3 points there or 1 point right now. If you fail, you only get 1 point. I'm thinking of making it 0 points. Just to kind of up the ante with pushing the end there. For pushing for a 7th card in that situation instead of going for the finale. Because there's a chance you at least get 1 point if you push the timeline. I don't know, it sounded like it was pretty normal for yours. It's definitely normal for my dice. Look, I set up an abnormal situation. That's very normal for me. To roll that many 1s, very normal for me. If you've been watching the other doc show, just our 9 Fox Gambit game, you know that I roll a lot of low numbers. Honestly, I didn't know that it was a low number game until we started playing. And I was like, oh, this is my bread and butter. This is perfect. Any game that makes low rolls the good rolls, are good games for me. All right, so we passed here, or I wrote pass. This is a success. In fact, it was an epic success, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter here at the end. But yeah, so I was able to use, wait, you all roll? Lamau. So now we count up our cards, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we get 9 points this time, whereas in last time we got 10 points. That feels like an average roll, right? I need to see if with the new rules it's possible. Oh, I told you guys I was going to show you my my beautiful notes. So let me move back over to the other scene so you guys can see my beautiful notes here. Look at them. Look at that. Totally legible, understandable, and makes 1,000, and everything is so readable. It makes so much sense. That also almost went poorly for us. We just got lucky. We just got lucky with a 6 roll, so we were able to an epic success, so we were able to throw it back by 1. Otherwise we wouldn't have gotten we would have really had to have thought about that roll. Because we moved it back here and we were able to go back to here. Otherwise, if we would have succeeded, we would have ended up here and we would have had to make a huge choice, a huge decision. Or if we failed, we would have ended up here anyways, and that would have been the another we would have gone, you would have just called finale there, because if you would have rolled for your next card, you would have gotten past 12. So it feels, so I failed a lot of cards there, and that's what I was thinking of. 1, 2, 3, 4. I failed 4 times and only got 2 successes. What does that mechanic mean to me? So narratively right now, if you fail, I mean, that's a negative, right? Like, the item you're using does not work as intended, is what fail means. Success is that it does work as intended. If you fail 4 out of your 6, that doesn't feel like you succeeded, you know? So maybe I need to change what that means. Maybe I don't phrase it as fail, but more as in... I need to think of a different way to phrase that. I'm not mad about it. Here's an idea. Might be overcomplicating it, but maybe the face cards can count as quality finds and are worth 2 points, and then you can reward on the 6. Hold on. Let me pull this down where I can read it a little bit without craning my neck so much. Here's an I'll pull this over here. Here's an idea. Might be overcomplicating, but maybe the face cards can count as quality finds and are worth 2 points. Then you can give a reward on a 6. Draw another card and replace your item instead of moving back. Gives a chance for a quality item, but not guarantee rewards. Reward food roll without making it too easy. Having face cards being worth more also gives a chance for better results with fewer cards. True. Then maybe face cards can count as quality finds and are worth 2 points. Then you can give a reward on the 6. Draw another card and replace your item instead of moving back. Gives a chance for a quality item, but not a guarantee. Not a guarantee. Rewards. Good roll without making it too easy. Good roll is what you meant to say there. Having face cards be worth a little more also gives a chance for a better result with even fewer cards. True. That is very, very true. I mean, and that also falls into what do I make? We're rebranding fail. We need to rebrand fail. Because you can get a good score with failing. In fact, it's very easy to get a good score with failing. Oh, this is cut incorrectly. Oh, a lot of these cards are cut poorly. I wonder if that's what they rewarded. They gifted out the maybe they sold these decks and these are the poorly cut decks. Now that I'm looking at them, some of these edges are not consistent with each other. Very easy to notice on the backs of these cards. Now that I'm like looking at them, that's very funny. If true, very funny. Something unexpected happens. Not sure what the singe word would be. Yeah. Something. Yeah, exactly. Something. I don't want to call it a chaos option because that would be. Hey, thesaurus.com. How about this hack a system? Thesaurus.com. Could you tell me other words that mean chaos? What are synonyms chaos? Why was chaps under that? Anarchy, disarray, discord, disorder, pandemonium. The pandemonium option. The turmoil. I don't know what ataxia means. What does ataxia mean? A loss of coordination of the muscles, especially of the extremities. I wouldn't consider that to be chaotic. To be completely honest with you, strong options. I want you to know that the weak options are holy mess, rat's nest, and topsy-turviness. Bedlam. Bedlam also feels like an ataxia word, but I don't know what it means either. Oh no. A scene or state of wild uproar and confusion. The second definition, which is archaic, is an insane asylum or madhouse. The more you know. I've definitely seen bedlam before, but I've never looked it up. Clutter, disorganization, entropy, misrule, mix-up, a muddle, snarl, unruliness. To discord, our disarray, pandemonium. Maybe, maybe, okay. Okay. So the reason why old items I've decided are the ones that give you a disadvantage essentially when you're rolling is because old items have more of a chance of breaking on you. That's why I've chosen that. I've also chosen it because it's going to take you longer to either fix the item to make it work, or it's going to take you longer to figure out how to make it work. Which I feel like I just said the same thing twice, but that really emphasizes the point that that's why it takes you longer. It's why the clock moves forward when you fail. So I think it would be in line with that item and in line with even what Dan said, what Dan suggested here, that as we rebrand fail into disarray or discord, or pandemonium, what is mobocracy? Mobocracy? M- I wasn't expecting a man to speak at me. Mobocracy. Um, Political control by a mob. The mob as a ruling class. You know, I feel like I could have sussed that one out. I'll be honest with you guys. I feel like that one we could have sussed out. Um, Mobocracy. I just was sorry. I was not expect. None of my smart items are men speaking at me, so I just haven't. I'm just not used to it. Um, when I ask Pewter to tell me something, the computer is usually a femme voice. Um, what do we name it? What do we name it? We have our. So you either get the all goes as planned or anarchy abound. Assess anarchy. It has to be something that is it was just on the tip of my tongue. It has to be something that is it starts with the same letter. What is that word? It starts with an A, right? It has to be. I can't believe the word's not coming to me. But it has to be. Oh my god, it's like it's right there in my brain, and it's so annoying. Um, but it has to start with because like it's Gremlin gifts, right? So we get the GG there. So we have to name all of these things um things that are gonna lose my mind. Words that start with the same letter. Alliter we have to have alliteration with our stuff. So we have our I call it a chaos point, but it could also be like a chaos currency. Could be a chaos count, um, a chaos count, a chaos conundrum, a calculated chaos. We can think of something there. A glitch. Um, oh, a glitch in the system. True. We could have. Yeah, we could. Chaos. There's glitch also. Glitch is a good word to go through in thesaurus. Our mishap. Oh, our mishap. Mishap's a good word. Mishap a plus it's a G word. True. Oh, mishap's a good word, yeah. I just want you to know that I'm so pleased that that in our finale we rolled 3 chaos points on that last game. That's exactly why I want chaos points to exist, specifically so in the finale you can have the optimum amount of chaos happen. And for you to like have a better feel there. I almost just want to give you a chaos point to start with, just so you could just, in case you don't get a chaos point, just so you can hold on to it and have that stress of when to use it if you hold it or you use it later. Especially since now it only happens on the one. We'll think about it. Let's see. Mishap. It's also a short word because I need to throw it on the card is the other thing that I'm thinking about, is that I need to put it on the actual card. We also need to decide the points, but I want to decide the name first. Our mishap. So we have our mishap. What is it, the antonym of a mishap? A blunder. Blunder's also a good word. A setback is just too basic of a word, I think. I like mishap. I like glitch. Like those are like good words, you know, for this situation. For something kind of unserious. For our unserious video game, I feel like that's good. So you either have, I was gonna say a fortune or a mishap, but like fortune's not really the word. Fortune would have you believe that something abnormally good has happened, you know, but that's not what goes on when you succeed. When you succeed, you simply just do as you're it goes as planned. Smooth, yeah, it goes smoothly. Prosperously. Is this cozily? Is this cozily or costly? It is cozy. See, that was a not man, not male voice. Quickly, smoothly, evenly, placidly, sleekly, fluently, easily, swimmingly, simply, uncomplicatedly. A mishap, smoothly, or a mishap? Smoothly? Smoothly just doesn't have the same feel, the same energy behind it as a mishap, right? Mishap. Mishap and goes well. It goes smoothly. Efficiently. Efficiently also doesn't have like the same energy as this game does. Handedly. Handily. Not handedly. Handily. Simply. Smoothly. Smoothly, I think, has to be the best word for it, though. Like, it either goes smoothly. Mishap? Fortune or mishap? But, like, a whoopsie? Mishap almost seems too deep of a word. You know? Because it all has to do with construction. Mishap almost feels like calamitous, like something. I'm spiraling. A blunder. Blunder is also a good word. I'm not mad at blunder. Oh, this is not where I want to type out. Blunder and boon are easy to guess, but I feel like boon also doesn't have the same energy. Blunder is a more fun word, I think. Progress, maybe? No, because you're progressing either way. It's not like you're hitting a snag. It just takes longer, is all it is. What do you feel? What do you do? What do you do when you are like you're building something? You're building something and you cut your 2x4 and you put it where it's supposed to go and it fits perfectly as it should. You measured twice and this time it worked. You know? Snag is actually not bad. Roll poorly and you hit a snag. True. You have a snag. The antonyms for snag is help. Help. You hit a snag and you what would be a good opposite for snag though? You have your blunder and your boon. You have your glitch and your gloom. No, your glitch and your gain. Maybe. Smooth. Things go smooth until you hit a snag. True. I'm thinking, so this is where my brain is at the moment. When I'm thinking about these, I probably shouldn't be thinking about it in this way, but I am thinking about it in this way. I'm thinking about what is gonna fit here on top of these, in these little spots right here. That's just a good little one-liner or one-worder that I could do like blunder and a boon or whatever. Although it wouldn't be boon in this case. Because you're not gaining anything. In fact, things are just simply going as is. Dad's not mad at you because you didn't fuck up, is what this is. This is dad's mad at you, dad's not mad at you, which I feel are the two states of ever building something with your father. Or really anyone. If you're ever working with someone, I feel it's very hard to find someone who just takes your mistakes in stride. Your blunder, and if they could be illiterate, that would be favorable, but obviously it's hard to find a solid opposite here. A snag and a smoothly snag, smooth. I like smoothly, but it doesn't feel good here on our card. See, this is what I was trying to do earlier. Why couldn't we do this earlier game? I was trying to move around that so I could just rearrange my stuff there. Whatever. Do you like my book? Here? I've been slowly but surely working on these things. Little by little, I've been getting these things done. And right now we're on book. I'm halfway up. I'm about halfway done. I think I'm literally halfway done, actually, if we count these 3 down here. For our cards. Hit a snag. You advance. No, you advance both ways. There's no like stopping. The whole point is that it just takes you longer, you know? I like blunder. I like snag. I think we'll just sit on those for a second as we continue forward. Thinking about this. So we have our also I need to make sure in the finale 1 and 6 are both reward you a chaos point. I can't believe I forgot what a chaos point was there. I want you to know I was really proud of myself when they came up with this chaos point. Okay. Some of this, I mean, all of this. I have like 5 documents full of Gremlin gift information in separate locations. Okay. So if we go back to it, for success, instead of going backwards, you just stay. Or that's your boon for hitting a 6 instead of just standing still. On the card, based on the card face, you get to pull another card. But we would treat it the same as a success. So you would just stay still instead of move 1 backwards. Or we still move backwards by 1. But you also just have the opportunity to... What was it? It was... Another one has a chance for a quality item. Well, when you roll a 6, you can draw another card and replace your item. Then you can give a reward on a 6 and draw another card and replace your item instead of moving back. There's a chance for you to get the quality item to draw a face card, I see. All right, let me actually shuffle this deck instead of just having what I've had this entire time, where I've just been like half shuffling it because the cards didn't matter. Okay, let me pull. Let me grab this image. Let me copy you. Let's go into this. Let's throw that in there. All you test 2. And then we come over here and we delete all of that. I put you up here. Okay, so this time when we do this, we're not going to move forward on our 6. Or we're not going to move backwards on our 6 on this one. And at the end, we will count our face cards as 2 points, as a potentiality for 2 points. And let's see how that feels. Okay. Let me switch the scene. I have to do this manually because I thought of this right as I was setting up stream, because I didn't know how I was going to switch from the easiest way to switch from that other scene to, or like that other thing I had, to what we have here. Okay, so we pull our, oh, let me fix this. And actually, let me do the little thing over here. Nope, that's not my brush. This is my brush. And we have this, then one in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so we pull a card. Have 1. We have our card. And let's move our boop forward. We roll a die to see if it's older or if it, how it goes. If our item is new or old, it's an old item. That means we're rolling for a chance of our success or our blunder. We succeed with a 4, so we move. We don't move. We stay where we are. Well, that S was awful. We succeed. No, it was old, so we fail, right? It was old? It was an old, fuck. We're rolling again. We're doing a full roll because I don't remember. No, it was old because I wrote it down. So let's do this. It's a fail. Or it's a blunder. Let's hit a B. It's a blunder. So we move forward by 1 because it was only a little bit of a blunder. It was a baby blunder. So you move forward by 1. And this is blah, 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 where we do all our narration, blah, 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 blah. Then we start on card 2. We pull 2. We roll to see if it's new or old. It's new. And we roll to see, we roll 2 die, see if if it goes smoothly or if it's a blunder. It's a blunder again. Despite it being new, so we move forward another 1. So we started a new turn, then we failed. We're starting a new turn. We're pulling a 4 here. Let's see if it's new or old. It's a new card. It's a new card. That means we roll twice when we take the higher number. We get a 6. So we get an epic success. we don't move. And we have a chance to we'll pull another card. And we see if it's a face card. So I'm thinking if I want you to keep this card or not. You choose whether or not you keep this card. If you don't want it, just throw it back at the bottom of your deck. If you don't want to replace it, if you like the item you pulled. Then you pull your next card. And you get we move forward one, because wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is 6. Okay, hold on. I just need to differentiate my 6 on my thing, because it didn't look very different. So we didn't move. We got the epic success. We pull our 4, which means we move forward by 1. And we hit 6, but that's fine. We don't have any rule changes yet. My screen just did a refresh. Everything's fine, I think. We roll again. This is just our heads or tails, so this is old. That means we are taking our lower number of the 2. We rolled a 1. So that is an epic fail. Or an epic blunder. And also means we get a chaos point, which we already have a chaos point. Oh no. So that means we move forward not 1, but 2. And we're in the danger zone. But we do get a chaos point here. So we're playing with our extra chaos point, by the way, because you get a chaos point at the beginning of the game. So here I would have the choice so here is where we look at so we failed. So we're here. But we're past, we'll talk about this here. So here's where we have our choice of what we need to do. So we only have 4 cards, right? Next turn, we move forward 2, and we're here. If we succeed, we stay here. If we fail once, we move once. If we fail twice, we fail twice. So that means I have a guaranteed 5th card here. I guarantee I can get to the finale here. So 1, 2, yeah, this is where we're at right now. No, we were here, 1, 2. We're here right now. So guaranteed we get to the finale. Because we go 1, 2. Even if we epic fail, we end up here. So I can re-roll here. I can try and go from this epic blunder, use my previous chaos point, because I can't use the chaos point I just got to do anything. But because we already had a chaos point, I can use this opportunity to keep this chaos point. I'll keep the chaos point I already rolled, and I can re-roll this, or I can save both of my chaos points for the finale and try to get a guaranteed 3 points there. So I either get an opportunity for another face card here, right? So here's the game. Here's the game we need a game, right? I get a guaranteed 5th card. No matter what happens, on our timeline, I can get 1 more card. If I succeed, so I start here. That's where I start next turn. If I succeed, I stay here and I get to pull another card. But then that's the end of the game. No matter what, our next card is our end of the game. Now, if I succeed on this, it's an epic success. It's either an epic fail or an epic success. So either way, I think this is a win. No matter what, this is a win, I think. No, because we already have a face card. So what's the only point is that I don't move my card forward. Oh, this is when I have to think about what, I do have to think about the contingencies on this rule now. I was going to kind of just like not think about it for now. So here's the thing. My issue here, and it's the one I had with this 4, is I pulled a card, right? I pulled a card and I was like, do I keep the second card? Do I just fully replace the first card I pulled? So I make you take it? Or do you get to choose, or do you have to take the new card, right? Do you have to take the new card, or do you get to choose which of the 2 items you get, right? And this is immediately I've come upon the situation of, do I force you to take the card, or do you get to choose? Because if I force you to take the card, then then we're in a moot point. There's no point in me going for an epic success or an epic failure, because at the end of the day, I get a guaranteed 2 points with this card, right? And if I have to replace it with this other card, then I've just downgraded, potentially, most likely. Almost completely, I have downgraded by choosing this. So, but if you get to choose, you kind of get to have your cake and eat it too here, right? Because that means if I roll again and I get the epic success, I get to move my token back to where it was, right? So we were here to begin with, and we epic failed. If we succeed, I stay here. Then I get potential 2 more cards plus this extra card I get here, right? At the expense of using your chaos point, right? A chaos point that's very valuable, as we saw in the finale, for swaying whether you succeed or fail. Do I make you take the card? I didn't choose it here. I didn't make you do it here. In fact, I just said just throw it at the bottom of the deck. So let's say I do roll. We roll our chaos point here. And get a fucking 6. And we get a 6. It doesn't matter. What we roll here is going to determine if it's an epic fail or an epic success. Remember, a chaos point, you either epic fail or you epic succeed. So we succeed again. So we get an epic success here. Which means, again, we didn't fail, so we move our token backwards or back where it was before. And I don't make you choose the card. So now you have we pull another card here. Epic blunder. I had 2 chaos points. I took off a chaos point to make this chaos point into an epic success. So we have 1 chaos point in our pocket now. And we move forward 1, 2, because it's the beginning of a new turn. And we are at 5. Okay. So we pull a card, we roll to find out if it's old or new. It's old. So we roll 2 dice, take the lowest one. It's a 1. That's an epic blunder. And we get a chaos point. Well, a good thing I didn't take off that previous one. So here, once again, I get to choose whether or not so wait, when do you draw a card? When you get an epic success, which is rolling a 6. Unless you're using your chaos point. Once you're using your chaos point, it's a chaos point because you either succeed, you get an epic success, or an epic failure. There's no in between. There's no success. There's no normal success, no normal failure. You either succeed or you fail. So 1 through 3 is an epic fail, which means you have to move forward by 2, or you. I'm going to make the rule you can't use a chaos point. Any chaos point you gain you have to resolve your card first. I need to remember to write that in the rules. You have to resolve your rules, your card first before you can use a chaos point that you just gained. Otherwise, you're just going to get a gnarly loop here. Which means maybe I don't give you that first chaos point. And like, if you succeed, I'm just, sucks to suck. It's my vendetta against people who roll well to just not give you this extra chaos point. Yeah, we're not going to do the first chaos point because I'm just going to prove my point here to do this. But yeah, so 1 through 3, 1 through 3, you epic fail. 4 through 6, you get a 4 through 6, you epic succeed. When and only when you use your chaos point. So in this case, I just got an epic blunder. I rolled a 1, and it scared me. You guys didn't hear it. I mean, every time you see ads soon, you guys know it does the Metal Gear Solid noise at me. So that's what scared me. I rolled a 1. I got an epic blunder, but I have an extra chaos point, so I have nothing to lose here. So I'm going to use my chaos point, and I succeed, I get a 4. So this epic blunder turns into an epic success. An epic success. So once again, I don't move. However, as soon as let me turn off one of my chaos points. So now we're not playing with jokers because I did not account for them. I didn't realize I kept the jokers in the deck. So now we have our K, right? Or we pull our next card. Let's see if it's new or old. It's new, so we're gonna roll. Hold on, I forgot to move forward twice. For our 6th card. 1, 2. And this is why I want to do this 1-2 thing, because I've epic succeeded twice. And if I would have done that, I would have just stalled out. I wouldn't have moved. So I need to force you forward, even if you succeed a lot, but I also want you to be rewarded for that, right? So we pulled that. We got new, so let me roll it right new. So we roll 2 dice, and we take the higher of the 2. We rolled a 5, so that is a success, a normal success, which means we move forward by 1. No, which means we don't move. We don't move. This is what happens when you roll. This is what happens when you change your rules like 3 times on stream and you fail otherwise. So we hit 12 here. on our next turn, because we move forward by 2. And I mean, I'm gonna give you the option to roll there if you want. You know, I'm not gonna force you. As soon as you hit 12, you can't roll to see if you get another card. Of course, you need an epic success to do so. But if that's what you want to use your chaos point for, go ahead. You know, if you have a surplus of chaos cards or chaos points for some reason and you don't want to use them in the finale, this is when you use them. All right, so we have our cards here that we pulled during the campaign of this. So now we pull our cards for a finale. And these values, none of these values matter. The only thing that matters is what they are. If you succeed or fail, nothing else matters here. So we roll a 6. I need to make this canvas a little bit bigger. Give me a second. All right. Finale. We have 1 chaos point going into this. So let's roll to see if it's new or old. It's old. All right. Make it a little bit bigger. It's old. So we roll twice, take the lower of the 2 numbers. We do have a chaos point. So if we want to use it, this would be the point. We fail. I'm going to choose to use our final chaos point here to see if we can change this, this blunder into a... Oh, my B looks like one of those old school S's that you used to do in school. Hold on. Okay, I got a blunder, but I'm going to use a chaos point. My final chaos point. To see if I can change this into a positive. And I did. And here's the advantage of re-rolling also. I rolled a 6. So no matter what, it's pass fail at the end here. So no matter what, even if this were a 5 or a 4, that would still be a success. But because I rolled a 6, I now get a chaos point back. So that is an advantage of re-rolling, is you get another chance of getting that 6. Even if you have an overabundance, it might be worth it. I don't know. It's up to you. Because again, you could roll on the card being old or new for your chaos point. Or you could use it for re-rolling your blunder or success. So now we have a success and we got another chaos point. So we have our 1 success. We need 2 to win. So now we roll to see if it's old or new. It's new. Lucky us. That means we have we're taking the higher number here. And we rolled a 1 and a 6. So either way, we were getting a chaos point there, but we rolled another success. So we get another chaos point here. Maybe I should have you have 4 points if you get all 4 successes or something, just to make the last roll also still exciting. You roll our 3rd card here. It's new. That 6 is, this is a coin roll, a coin flip roll, by the way. Every time I roll only 1 die like this, I don't want to be flipping a coin here. I hate flipping coins. I'd much rather roll die. So this is a coin flip. So that 6 does not matter for anything. But we get new here, so we're taking the higher of the 2 numbers. And we roll a 4, so that is a success. So we get 3 successes, which we'll say for right now, for tallying points, we are going to say that is 4 points. Okay. We rolled all successes, 3 successes, so that means we get 4 points. So that means if we're tallying this up with the new rules, that face cards are more valuable. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Plus 4, that's 12. You get 12 points there, which again feels very much in the average there. We had 6 cards, right? Yeah, we rolled 6 cards in the middle of the game. This was actually gearing up to be a low point game. But the chaos points kind of saved us on that one. Yeah, the chaos points kind of saved us on that one. I almost wonder. I mean, I kind of like that you get 4 to 5 cards or 4 to 6 cards coming out of it. I mean, you have to get at least 5. Otherwise, you can't enter into the finale. You can't call finale there. New page. I call this test 3. This is test 3. This was 12 points. Our previous game was, I think, 11 points. I think I've gone 10, 11, 12 actually tonight. With all our different roles, they've all kind of ended up in the same scope. We blundered. So in this last game, we blundered twice, and we succeeded. We succeeded on first roll twice. But we used our chaos point to epic succeed twice. But we were going to get 5 points there if we didn't get epic successes. In fact, I think it was close to us only getting 4 cards if we didn't get epic successes there. I am going to play this next round where every with the rules, post 6 rules, where each we're gonna do the brutal version of this. We're doing post 6 o'clock rules. So every time you start a round, you move your token twice. AK, I'm making the timeline shorter. I think that might be too brutal, but we're doing that. And also, if you draw a 6 and you pull a card, you have to keep the card you pulled. The second time, you have to replace your card. That's what we're doing this time around. Okay. Every other rule is exactly the same. So let me do our clock again. I want to see if that will make any difference. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is how I know this is 6. All right. So we go our first card. Boop. We roll to see. We move our token over twice. And that's how we start our game. Like I said, I'm basically simulating only having 6 points, only having 6 hours here is basically what I'm doing, just so we all know what's up. But with a 12 count clock. So we're rolling to see if it's new or old. We got new. So that means we roll and we take the higher of the 2 die. We got a 5, so we succeed, just a normal success, which means we don't move. We pull our next card. We move forward twice. 1, 2. And I'm going to roll to see if this is a new or old card. 1, 2. This is a new card. We rolled a 5. That means we're going to roll and take the higher of the 2 numbers. We rolled another 5. That is another success. which means, again, we don't move. I'm pulling another card. This is like literally best case scenario, basically. 1, 2. We're starting here. We rolled that, so let's roll to see if this is a new or old card. We rolled a 2, so that's an old card. So we're going to roll twice and take the lesser of the two numbers. We rolled 2 5s. Man, a lot of 5s this game, so that's still a success. So we don't move. Again, literally the best case scenario here. So we pull 2 cards forward. We roll to see if it's new or old. Another 5, it's new. We roll twice to see and take the highest of the two. We rolled a 4, which is a success. So we don't move. We move twice at the beginning of the clock. This is quite literally best case scenario. Oh, I forgot to pull the card. All right, here's card 5. We roll to see another fucking 5. And honestly, we're just testing out best case scenario here, which is awful because this is literally the easiest one to calculate. We're rolling and seeing the highest number we get. We fail here. We get a blunder. And that means we move forward by 1. Which means that we pulled 5 cards. A new trend. Me rolling well in a game? Never. Which means that this is the end of the game. We have to call finale here. We call finale here. We pulled 5 cards. It is quite literally impossible with those rules to ever win. So, or yeah, to ever win if you fail even once. So we're not keeping these rules, but we're going to finish off the game. Again, these face cards don't matter at the end of the game. We're going to roll to see if new or old. It is new. Hold on, we didn't get any chaos points this one, so we're just raw dogging this ending. We get new. And that means we roll for the highest of the two. That's good. We roll a 5, so this is a success. We roll to see if this is old or new. It's new, another newbie. Literally another 5, by the way. Roll and get the highest number, which is good because our other one was a 1. So that is a success. So we've already succeeded in this finale. We are getting at least 3 points. But let's see if we can go for 4. Another 5. So we roll and take the highest of the two. And we get a blunder here. We get a 2. So that means we get 3 points here at the end. That means we get 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If we count aces in there, which I think we should. 10. Yeah, we get 10 points there. I think 10 points is pretty much like your bread and butter. You're going to get in between like 10 and 12 points on average. I did not like doing that. I think it's better to just do it in the second half of the game. I think that is a little bit more strategic to do it at the end of the game. Because if I succeeded and I only got it there at the end, like, oh boy. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so this time we are taking out the rule. We're keeping the brutal rule though. If you roll a 6, if you pull a card, you have to keep that card. No funny business there. No getting your cake and eating it too. So, let me move our token back. We pull our first card, so we move forward by 1. The clock always keeps ticking, tick, tick, tick. We roll to see if it's new or old. It's new. We rolled a 4. That means we're going to roll twice, and we're taking the highest of 2 die. We rolled a 6, which means we stay put. That's a success. But because we rolled a 6, that means we get to pull another card and replace it. I didn't shuffle this deck. Give me a second. I literally just threw them at the top. I threw them at the top, and I did not even think about it. All right, so we get, I forgot to draw my little cards here real quick. You just do it. That was 1. It was new. Hold on. Okay. We rolled 1. We got an epic success, so I roll again. We have to replace the card. And we throw it at the bottom of our deck or in the discard pile because you're not getting through a deck of 52 in the game. So we knew and we succeed. So we stay put. We move forward 1 when we pull our new card. We roll our die. Is it new or old? It is new. So we roll twice and take the higher of the 2 numbers. We roll another 6. Let me do that. Which means once again, we don't move. And we roll another epic success. Let me just write epic success here so I, for posterity, know how this run went. I already have a face card, so I'm going to choose not to pull. We're not pulling here on this one because there's nothing I can get here to that would be better for me. So I'll just take it as a normal success. We roll another card. We move our token over by 1 because the clock keeps ticking even if we're rolling well. Let's roll to see if it's new or old. It's old. So we are going to take our 2 die, and we're going to take the lower of the 2. And we rolled a 1, so we get an epic blunder, which is not great, but it also means we get a chaos point. So we move not 1 point, but we move 2 all of a sudden. Which means for our next start, we're starting on 6. For our 4th card. Let's see if it's old or new. It's another oldie, so we're rolling 2 die and we're taking the lower of the 2. We rolled a 3, so that is just a normal blunder. Which means we just go forward by 1. I forgot to roll the card. We rolled a 4. We got the blunder. So we move. Two now because we're on. Wait. 4. Yeah, we rolled a blunder, so we're there now. So at the beginning of this one, we move forward twice because now we're in post 6 rules. So now we are. Yeah, we move here. Shit, I need to clean that up. We move here, then we move forward 2. So we're here now. For our 5th card. Now we're rolling to see if it's old or new. It's going to be old. And now we roll twice, take the lower of the 2. I need to re-roll that. We rolled a 2, so that is a normal blunder, which means we move forward by 1. And if we were to go for our 6th card, boom, boom, we hit 12 anyway. So again, I'm never going to stop you from rolling for an epic success here. But I'm not going to do that. I'd rather go for a chaos, use my chaos point for an epic success. I mean, you can roll for your success here. And then next turn go to your finale. You know, fuck it. Let's try it. You know, let's try it. Let's see what a failure state looks like here. So we roll, we get a 2 here. So this is a old cards, and we're taking the lower of the 2 here. And we get a 1. So I'm gonna roll here. I'm gonna take my chaos point in case I do go into the next round. I'm gonna roll, and this is I'm using my chaos point that I have. So I took 1 away, and I'm putting 1 back because I rolled a 1. And we're only rolling 1 dice. Your chaos die is only 1 die. And you're gonna roll it to see if you roll an epic success or an epic failure. There's no in between. That is an epic failure. So this card does not get included in our tally count because we did not resolve it because it went past time. Anything that goes past 12 does not count. So this is the end of the game. We're ending the game with a chaos point because we didn't use it. We got it here at the end, and you cannot stack your chaos points. You can only use 1 at a time, which I need to remember to mention. So we're ending the game with only these 5 cards. So we're ending it with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're ending it with 7 points. Oh, actually, it was a failure. Oh, it was an epic blunder, and then it was a failure. Epic blunder. We used our chaos point, and we blundered. I think we epic blundered again. Oh yeah, we epic blundered because you only get epics at the end. So we got, what did I say? 8 points here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we only got 7 points here on this fail. Like, I'm never going to stop you from doing it, but I would highly suggest you not go for it like that. But like, if you have a bunch of, like, if you've had a time, go for it, you know? And sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to go for it at the end because you need 5 cards to head to the finale. If you epic blunder a ton of times and you just keep stacking those fails, there is a chance you don't end on 5 cards, you know? And, you know, I know some people like the gamble. You know, some people like the gambling, and I'm not gonna prevent you guys from being able to do that. So we got a chaos point. We used a chaos point. We left the game with 1 chaos point. And this was 8 points. 7 points. It was a 7-point game. So that's our lowest so far, because we made a dumb decision. But we could have also only, if we would have failed on our finale, it would have also been 7 points. So maybe that's where you value it a little bit more. I don't know. You know, strategies are your own. I'm not here to judge. Test 4, maybe? We got 7 points. Okay, I like the rule of having to take the card that you get. It makes it a little bit more nerve-wracking. Thank you so much for that suggestion, Dan. Let's see. If you pull, on average, we've been pulling 6 cards. So if all 6 cards are 2s, That's 12. And you get your epic finale. That's 4 points. That's 16. You get 14 to 16. It seems to be like the epic win there. So I think 15 and up is still like the play, because that needs to go like perfect. For you to get those 16 points, things have to go perfectly for you. So 15 points seems, well, now that you don't go backwards, now we actually can calculate this, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Before we couldn't. So if I take this, we go there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we start here and we succeed, 1, 2, succeed, 1, 2, succeed, 1, 1, 2, succeed. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You can get 9 points if you succeed every single time on the clock. Are there 9? Yes, there are 12. There's 12 face cards. 16 face cards if we can count the aces, which I'm inclined to do because I like aces. But we could also do something else for aces. I don't know. But point is, we do have more than 9 face cards, so there is a chance that you can get 18 points like that, plus 4 points at the end would be 22. So the max points you could get in this game, if everything literally goes perfectly and you pull all face cards throughout your entire track, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 cards. And that's 9 cards times 2, 18. Plus 4 if you get the perfect ending, perfect finale. Yeah, that's 22 points. So the max you can get is 22 in this game. I'm trying to think if there's anything you could do to get more points, but I don't think so. I think the max you can possibly get is 22. Let's do 15 to 22 points is like the epic finale. You are more likely to get an average ending, which I think is going to be the 9. So I think we go for, I think these are good, these last two, 15 to 22 and 9 to 14 feel good. And then we do, if you fail every single time, if we fail every single time here, let me see. What is the least amount of points you can possibly get in this game? I've rule changed enough that I don't actually know anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that's where you start. We epic fail here. We epic fail here. Oh no. No. That's not how that works. We epic fail. We epic fail. And then we start here. We epic fail. 1, 2. We land here. We start the game here and we epic fail. 1, 2. One, two, three, four. And you land there and you have to go for it at 12. And if you don't get that, you get 4 points. 4 points is the least you can get. So 4 to 8 points. So if you get 8 points, what's happened in your life? So 4 points, you completely fail. Like, it's sad. 5 points is the minimum you need to get into the finale. But if you fail the finale, you get 0 points, so you get 5. You get 5 points there. You end with 5. Because you fail the finale, you don't get any points, right? So 5 is also a sad ending. 5 also sad. 6 points means you probably got a face card in one of those, and then you didn't get the finale. Okay? So minimum you need 4 or 5 points, and you finish the finale strong. Or let's just say you get an average ending. You get your 5 cards and your 8 finale points. 8. That is the most average game you could have. Is 5 points for you got your average ending. $5 points. I don't even think you can get 7. Well, I guess you can get 7 points if you like roll 2 points now on cards. If you roll 5 points and you get all face cards, so that's 10 points. You go into the finale, you fail, that's 10 points. Still. You roll all normal the entire game. You get your 5 cards, normal cards, 5 points there. You get 4 points at the end. That's 9 points. You eke into the good ending. I feel fine. I feel fine with that being 4 to 8, 9 to 14. We've had some pretty shitty games in there and we still got 10, 11 points, you know? I feel like your average game is going to be 10, 11 points. I think if things go poorly for you, it's going to be 4 to 8. And I think if we have 4 to 8, that kind of incentivizes you to kind of be a little bit riskier with some of your stuff. And also, if you're barely getting the 5 points at the beginning, that has to mean you got some epic fails on the way there. Your most average game. Yeah, because you do that, you go there. You do that, you start there. You go 1, 2. Go 1, 2. Start there. Oh, did I fuck this up? So we go here. 1, 2. We start here. I did fuck this up. Then you go 1, 2. You fail. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 5. Wow, yeah, no, the least points you can get is 4. If you fail, oh no, I was right the first time because I'm epic failing here. No, I land there. Then I start the next turn, move the clock twice. 1, 2, then I epic fail, then it's 1, 2. Yeah, because if you epic fail, you basically move your die 4 times after 6. And then you head into the next one. And you have to hit twice here. So yeah, if you epic fail, you have to use your chaos points. There's no like holding them. You will fail. It seemed like that. Yeah, right? Sorry, I'm just not even showing you guys what I'm looking at. Let me move it over here. I'm looking at this. My little tally system for the game. So this is if you succeed every time. This one up here. This is if you fail every time. I signify failures by these little arrows. So you start here, right? Beginning of the game, you move on to 1. Then you move over 1 if you fail once. And then if you epic fail, you move twice. Then you start a new turn. Every dot is a new turn. Then you epic fail, so move twice. Then you start here. Or that's where... Oh, actually, you land here. So that's not where you would land, actually. I knew it. I knew there was something funky here. I land here, so I go 1, 2. This is where you start the new turn. And then you epic fail. And then you start here, and you start there for your last one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, if you epic fail, that's it. You don't even get the chance for 5. Short game in that case. I mean, I guess you could still... No, you can't. If you fail like this, and even if you get 4 face cards here, you still fail. Because 8 points. So yeah, 4 to 8 is perfect. 4 to 8 is perfect. 4 to 8, 9 to 14, and then 15 to 22. You did it. 9. I'm probably gonna have to lower the praising words in 9 to 14 to make it seem like it is like the average accomplishment. Like you set out, you did what you set out to do. It didn't go perfectly, but by golly, did you still get to see a fun prank play out, right? 15 to 22, you literally, I don't know how you did it. Literally, you rolled so well. And it should be spoken about for the rest of the time that you did that. Okay, let me write down face cards. Do we include aces? Do we include aces in our face cards? 2 points. And if you roll a 6, you don't move back. If you roll a 6, stay in place, and you don't move. You don't move. You succeed and stay and stay. You succeed. Stay. You don't. I don't like saying you don't do something. I'd rather just say you do something, but I'll, we're not publishing this on Wednesday, like I can fiddle around with the wording later. So long as I understand what the rules are is really what matters. If you roll first Wednesday, at least you succeed and you don't move. You now have the option to pull another card from the top of the deck. If you pull a card, you must keep that card and discard the previously Old card. Okay. Okay. I like our points. I like our point system. I like our cards. I like the rules. I think they're in a good spot. I think they're consistent. I think they're fun enough, and I think there's enough game. And I think we have a good solid game. And honestly, that's all we could ask for. I'm gonna look for this Jack or this Joker that's chilling somewhere in this deck. There it is. So I can pull those and put it up. We're gonna be playing this game in Roll20 because I don't have time to do anything else, to figure out how I'm gonna do this in OBS. So we're just gonna do it in good old-fashioned Roll20. I'm gonna throw all the cards in as soon as I finish them. What we're going on to do next is we're working on the art for the cards. I need to get as much done today as I possibly can. Because tomorrow tomorrow I'd like to do more overlay things because I don't really know what the overlay is gonna look like. It needs to be holiday-y. So that's all I really got for you guys, is that it's holiday-y. I don't know why it's like so dark. Let me move this down a little bit. Actually, no, I do want it to move up a little bit. Let me look at my phone. I'm just gonna look at my phone real quick and clear all these things. Dude, let me tell you, our water bill today this month was super fucking high. And I'm mad about it. I'm mad about it. And they recently changed our meter to a smart meter. And there were a lot of changes that happened all at once with our bills. And oh, let me put that up actually. There was a lot of changes that happened on our bill. And I am unhappy because like our water bill is already kind of high, like NGL, because like for three of us, it's already a little high. So already we're a little testy about it, right? Oh, I don't need that then. I already did that part. I can just grab this part down here. Actually, let me just write fail or success here. The best 22 points. Worst 4 points. On the bright side, if you do 4 points, it's kind of like a quick if you get 4 points. So I'm already like testy about it. Cause like it's already really high for this just being 3 people who don't do anything abnormal with water. Like we're not out here watering our plants, really. We're not out here outside all the time. We're not using the hose. We don't take a ton of showers. The only abnormal thing is me and my contamination OCD. So I do use a little bit more water than the normal person, but even still, it's still high. It was $90 before. And our water bill, do you want to take a stab at how expensive our water bill was for November? I also want to add that we have not changed habits at all in the last X amount of months. Apparently, we used to have, I don't know, they had some sort of like plan where we would where it like took the average of the past 6 months or something, and they recently ended that. So I don't have like an accurate, I don't have like a good solid anything to kind of like read off of old build and stuff like that, to like really determine where the issue is. I'm adamant that it's the meter that they just recently added. But our water bill was $162 last month. $162 from $92 or $3 that it used to be. An egregious amount is what it was. And so obviously, and like, yeah, it's like, it's not like a little bit. It went up almost double. And because we were worried it was going to get a little higher, because we've been a little bit concerned that like our meter and the neighbor's meter was changed or some bullshit. Like, we don't even know why our water bill is so high. My mother calls, right? My mom calls and is like, hey. And like, I coach her through it. I coach her through what she needs to say, to like try to get someone out here. Apparently, the city of Houston no longer likes to do their fucking jobs. Apparently now, if it's off the street, it's a you problem, not a them problem, even though it's their bullshit. And I'm just convinced that they see my parents as fools or something, because like anytime they have to call for anything, nothing gets done with it. And not only that, it's the reason I don't do all the calls is because I'm not on any of the bills. My dad is, and my dad, bless his heart, not the brightest crayon in the bunch. So he has to be the one who, like, they have to confirm that he's there, and then like you're calling on his behalf or whatever. And my dad's a little social anxiety little guy. So he hates talking on the phone. And I'm like, so do I, but like, we gotta do this. And he's like, I don't know what to say. And I'm like, I don't care. You just answer their questions. And like, he doesn't know any of these numbers. He's like a typical man, like he just doesn't know anything. He's your typical boomer, old married man. And my mom's the one that does everything, but my dad has to be the one that like is, on the phone and there and making sure. So like, they had to go through this whole rigmarole. And then apparently the people on the phone were, the person that they called was like very like snippy, and kind of rude in how they replied to my parents. So like, now I'm doubly pissed off, right? Because like, not only did they call and nothing got done, in fact, they just kind of said to shove it up your own asses, essentially. I'm pissed that they also said it meanly to my parents. How dare you do that to my parents, who I know aren't rude. My parents aren't rude on the phone. They're actually overly nice, which is why I think situations like this happen. I'm also really nice. I'm a very nice person on the phone. You're doing a job. I understand that. But if you get mean with me, we're not going to have a good time together. Also, you're wasting my time if you're being mean to me. And I'm just going to ask you to transfer me to somebody else, because we're not going to get anything done here. Or I just hang up on them and I call somebody else. So like, I call again to try and get somebody else is what I mean. Even like people who aren't helpful, just like the newbies or whatever, who just like kind of don't know what they're doing. I'll be like, all right, yeah, no. Yeah. Thank you so much. That was great. Thank you. I'll just hang up and I'll call some again and I'll get somebody else who knows what they're doing. I hate getting people who are new on the job when I need to get something done. Like, good for you. We were all there once. Anyway, so I know if I call, I'm going to have to go through that entire rigmarole again. It's near the holidays. That's why people are being so bitchy. I'm just like, you would be upset also. You have to understand, I'm upset because my water bill went up twice as much despite no habits having changed. And like I already did the test on on our toilet to make sure that it's not leaking. If there like, I need to know if there's a leak in the house. However, that's expensive. I don't know if you guys have ever looked up how much it costs to find out if there's a leak in your home, or in and around your home, but it's not cheap. It's in the hundreds. So it's in the many hundreds sometimes. So, and like the city of Houston, that was one of the things a lot of cities will be like, yeah, we'll do a discounted check for you. Not the city of Houston anymore. And so I am now, because we got this smart meter that they've added, that I suspect is the issue. Because I'm looking, so it upgrades all the time or updates all the time, and it tells you like hourly, hourly, what the usage is. And I have noticed that every time the toilet is flushed, it is 10 gallons. It records as 10 gallons. Now, I assumed it was 10 gallons because that's how the meter reads. It's like it only reads it if every gallon that goes through is read as like 10 gallons essentially. And I assume that meant that it would be adjusted. Like the meter knows how much it is, and it's just showing 10 because it went over a gallon. But I'm starting to suspect it's not reading it as 1 gallon. It's reading every gallon or so as 10 gallons, because there's no way that this toilet we've had this toilet forever. It's not like I said, nothing has changed in this household in the last at least 2 years when it comes to water. The only thing that has changed is our shower head, but that changed months ago, at least 5 to 6 months ago. And this is a new issue, right? So I am you can put on alerts and stuff like that. I'm like getting information, and bless my mother's heart for not saving any of the previous water bills. So I only have the last 3 bills, that are on the website to go off of. And the meter, I think, was installed at the end of October into November. So the last bill is the bill that had the updated number. And like I said, we were on some sort of, I don't know what plan it was. Nothing that we signed up for. It's just they gave it to us, I guess, where it took the average of the previous 6 months and it like added it all together or whatever. I don't know. I'm mad, and I'm waiting until after the holidays as much as I don't fucking want to, because literally I'm watching the the money wash away on this app or on the website. But if I'm just gonna get some fucking bitchy motherfuckers on the phone because it's almost Christmas time and no one wants to be working right now, if that's like the quality of personnel I'm going to get on the phone, I'd rather call in the new year, because I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna be like, I need you to go line by line on this website and on my bill and explain to me exactly why I'm paying $163 for water when none of our habits have changed. And if you're gonna make me have to spend about $300 for someone to come out here, because you guys won't come out here anymore, and check for a leak in my household, and I don't find a goddamn leak, and I just spent $300 on the leak, only for it to be your shitty fucking new meter that you added, that I'm sure you're adamant is perfectly fine, I'm gonna be livid. I'm going to be a menace to the city of Houston water utility. Until they reimburse me for all my money, So I'm angry about it. And we got the bill in last week. It was, I think, Thursday or Friday that it came in. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Also, the bills have been coming in later and later. They still do paper because it's easy to pay them when you go shopping. You get to just like just write it in, give it into the to the cashier, and boom, you've paid the bill, your utility bill. So they still do paper, even though I'm being pushed hard to get paperless on water bills. But after the quality I've seen in the last couple of years from the City of Houston Water, I'm not interested in going paperless. They even lost one of our bills when we never received the bill. We had to call in, and that's how I learned. Oh my god, and don't get me started, we already called the fucking City of Houston Water. Why did we call them? Because our bill didn't come in, and it was time to pay it. I need you to know, my parents have lived in this house since 1982, 5, 6, I don't know. They've lived here since the 80s. And everything that they have is basically the same as when, the same City of Houston. They've lived in the City of Houston the entire time they've lived here. So when they made their account with the City of Houston, well, they signed up in the way they were in the 80s. And I don't know if you know this, but back in the 80s, they didn't ask a lot of questions. They ask a ton of questions now. They need to know your family tree, 5 generations back nowadays to sign up for anything, to get billed for anything nowadays. Any utility, you better know your great grandparents' fucking name now to sign up for anything. Back in the day, they didn't give it a shit. They were just like, I'm just going to send you something and then you're going to pay me. And if you don't, I'm just going to shut off your water. It used to be an easy transaction. Apparently not any fucking more. So we had to call because I wanted to pay online, because obviously we had no other way to pay this fucking bill. And they've been pushing for years for us to pay, paperless. And I'm like, fine, sure, whatever the fuck. And so I tried to sign in, and usually utilities are a little bit easier to sign in, but this one was not. So I have to call and have to be like, hey, why am I not able to sign in? I'm putting in all the information and nothing's in there. And so after years of relentlessly pushing for us to go paperless, turns out that my father's social security number wasn't on the account, because he made the account in the 80s when they used to not ask you fucking any questions. So, the account's so old that their stupid modernization bullshit, it didn't work. So I had to call, and we sat there forever to try and get this account going. And I'm pissed, right? I'm not in a good mood about this entire situation. So I'm being as nice as fucking possible. And the person on the other side of the phone is a little green behind, green behind the gills, but we're getting stuff done. And we're literally in the conference call because my dad has to be the one who authorizes everything, but he doesn't know how to do shit. And my mom's the one who called. So I have someone who speaks Spanish on the phone, and I'm there and I'm trying to communicate, with this in the best way I possibly can. I can communicate pretty well in Spanish, but there's some little things that I don't use ever in my language. So I don't even know what they are. The word would be in Spanish. So I'm talking there and I'm being bilingual and I am getting this done, and then it's just would you like to add somebody on this account? So, if you call again, then we don't have to go through this. My dad has to be in the conference call with my mom in the fucking kitchen so we can get this done. And so they're like, yeah, absolutely. We've got this going. We can do this. And supposedly they put my mom on the account. We wait there for an extra 5 minutes. Everything's done. Great. Awesome. Dandy. We pay the bill. Everything's fine. So when my parents called this time around, hey, remember when I told you that my dad had to be the one on the phone again? Because apparently whatever the fuck I spent 5 minutes trying to figure out to do on the phone and, give a bunch of shitty numbers, go find social security numbers, it didn't take. So now I'm angry. I just need you guys to know. I thank you for letting me get that off my chest, because I'm fucking pissed off about this all. I'm mad about it, and I don't know when I'll not be mad about it, but just know that I'm pissed, and the city of Houston is, they've got something coming. I don't like talking on the phone. Mind you, I hate talking on the phone. I have anxiety talking on the phone. But I understand that it's something I have to do in life. So like, I'm good at just sitting there and talking on the phone with somebody, because I can be nice to people. And I know how to get shit done because I want to get through this conversation as fast as fucking possible. But my God, if I get stuck, because I've called in before and I've gotten some fucking shady, bitchy motherfuckers on the phone over at the city when I've had to get information about other things. I just like basic information of like, hey, why is my water not working? What's happening? And they're like, oh, a main broke down somewhere. And I'm like, hey, thank you so much for letting me know this happened, and that's why my water's been off for 3 hours. Really appreciate the heads up, City of Houston. It's not like you don't have my number and the information about my 6 past lives already on fucking file. And like sitting on the phone for like on hold for 15 minutes waiting just to get that little nugget of information. I'm angry about it, and I am unsatisfied with the state of the affairs of utilities here for the amount of fucking taxes I pay in this goddamn fucking city. I would expect a little bit more. Anyways, I just want you guys to know I'm mad, and thank you guys so much for letting me rant about it. I'm gonna go ahead and continue working on this book now. Dang, yeah. Like, I simply pray that when I get on the phone with somebody in January, that I'm gonna let them know right up front what I'm expecting. And I'm gonna be like, if you're not the person for this job, for me to sit here and talk to you and ask you all these questions, and you're not gonna give me an adequate answer, I would like you to transfer me to somebody who will give me an adequate answer for every question I'm about to ask. No harm, no foul. I simply would like to know why my fucking water bill is so fucking high. And if you can't provide that for me, then we have no business wasting each other's time. I am simply not going to begrudge you. That's fine. Let me tell you, I may be an anxious person. Um, but one of the things I had to fight with early on in my existence was simply dealing with the fact that I have issues with my anger. I do still. It never goes away. You just get better at handling it. But let me tell you, anger gets me through a lot of things, including talking to people on the phone. Like I said, I'll always be nice to a person who's nice to me on the phone, even if I'm upset or frustrated with the situation that's happening. My God. If you also piss me off, good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun. Because here's the thing, I'm not someone who's gonna get on the phone not knowing exactly what I need from this phone call, because I desire to be on the phone as little time as possible. So if you cannot, I've already done every troubleshooting step I possibly could in order not to have this interaction, you know? So the fact that I am having this interaction means that I'm literally, there's nothing I can physically do to remedy the situation. And now it is up to a supposed professional to do it for me. If I had $1 for every time I had to call Xfinity in the past 8 years, honestly, I would say that Xfinity has trained me. Having to continuously call Comcast and Xfinity over the last couple of years has definitely trained me to speak on the phone to people and communicate exactly what I need. Have you turned it off and on again? Have you unplugged it and replugged it in? Have you flushed your DNS? Have you done this? Have you done that? Yes, I have. I promise you, I want to be on this phone call even less than you do here at your job that you get paid money to talk to people, to fix their solutions. I understand that most of the people you speak to are not literate in technology. I need you to understand that I am. These next 20 minutes that you're going to waste of my day are going to be the worst 20 minutes of my life on this date. And then for nothing to get fixed, I think is the worst part of it. I had so many things just not get fixed. And yet I was on the phone for approximately 30 minutes. Like, I think, you know how people have a bunch of pet peeves? I think my pet peeve, I always have a hard time of thinking of like a significant one that's not just like the basic ones of like, I don't like when people chew with their mouth open or chew too loudly. Like whatever, you know? I don't like those things, but whatever. Like those are, I feel like obvious ones, obvious pet peeves. My biggest pet peeve is wasting time. I hate when people waste my time, and I hate wasting other people's time. If I can help it, I am not gonna be wasting your time. Because I hate wasting time, and I hate my time being wasted. Along with I hate my time being wasted, and I hate oh, what the fuck was I gonna say? Well, I can't just say I hate my time being wasted, and I hate wasting other people's time. If I can help it, we're gonna get through this as quickly as possible. I also hate when people do a poor job. Like a purposefully lazy job, nothing gets me more aggro. than somebody doing a purposely lazy job. Like, if you don't know what you're doing, that's something different, right? Like, if you are actively learning, then, you know, then that's it. That's what am I going to do? You're doing your best. And if you're a supposed professional and you're out here doing sloppy fucking work, I could punch you in the face with how much that pisses me off. I could never imagine, like, my uncles. Remember how I tell you that I don't like my parents' family, my father's family side of the family, because they're all kind of just snakes. When the hurricane hit, we weren't going to get any money from anywhere fast enough to like start building the house back up. And my parents are old and I'm not experienced. I didn't know enough to like at that point to put up sheetrock and like mud everything and put the stuff on. Like, I didn't know what was needed, how to do it, whatever. I now do. So if that occasion ever happens again, this is never going to happen again. So we couldn't afford, we couldn't find anyone. And B, we couldn't find anyone who we could afford because everyone bumps their prices up after a hurricane happens. Both for supply and demand reasons and also greed. So one of my uncles has been working at a construction place for fucking ever. He's like a man, like he's I don't know what they're called in English. He's like essentially like a manager, a boss, whatever they're called in construction. He's one of the motherfuckers who just kind of like supervises and just sits in like his little office for the most part. But he spends a lot of like, he moved up in the world, you know, he started off low and he ended up high. So I had high hopes for him, but he's getting old, right? So I have another uncle, a foreman. Yeah, probably. I've only heard the words in Spanish, so like nothing in English would like, would hit. And I don't remember what they said in Spanish, so nothing would click in English for me. But my other uncle started working with him because he is a little younger and also has a troubled past. So it's an easy job for him to like get in and do stuff with. And so because my experienced uncle was older, and my not so experienced uncle was a little younger than him, not young by any means, but he was younger than him. Like, he's not graying yet. I just kind of assumed that like he had, and the fact that he was working, I just kind of, shame on me for thinking that like he had gotten his life back on track and respected other people and their things. And the fact that my dad is their brother, I also thought was going to hold some sort of weight there, but it didn't. So they come in and they do all the sheetrocking, they do all the mudding, they do all the things, they paint, and it takes them forever to do it all. Even if it's just the two of them, it took them for fucking ever to do it all. They were slow, and everywhere there's fucking mud on the wall. So thick. It's so thick. They didn't do anything to remove any of the excess. There was no sanding that was done. It was just slapped on there and then painted over. It literally got the landlord special. Some of it is just the sheetrock was poorly placed and poorly like bought, I guess, and poorly placed. And all over the house, you can see so when you flood, depending on how much water you took, you're always supposed to take another at least 2 feet. So we got about 1.5 feet of water in the house. So we had to take up the 4 feet of sheetrock out, which is fine because that's like the level that sheetrock is usually at. They're usually about 4 foot tall. So we just took out the 4 feet of sheetrock where the mud is. So it's just an easy choop and then pull it out. Especially when it's all wet, it's really easy to pull off the wall. So all along that 4 foot line where the new sheetrock is, you can see exactly where they placed it. You could physically see the topography of where they placed it. You could also see the difference between we have textured walls. We have like little balls in our paint or whatever, that they like sprayed on previously or with the paint. I don't fucking know what they did. It's the bane of my existence. But they couldn't figure out what it is. It's crushed up sheetrock, by the way. I looked it up after the fact. Because I couldn't Google, because they kept asking me to Google shit, and I'm just like, what part of the fact that we're in a house that's still humid, has no walls, barely has electricity, makes you think that I have internet right now? Like, what? I don't know what part of my existence here right now makes you think that we have internet. I have a phone that's like not smart. I still have my BlackBerry back then, which is smart but not fast. So I'm like, I don't know what you expect from me. Also, I didn't even know how to start Googling that. So Lord knows what they use. I don't remember what the fuck they used, but it looks shitty is the point. It looks like shit. The entire job looks like shit. And it's so wild. And not only is it shit, I think the worst part about it being shit is that we paid them to do shit, you know? Like, we paid them money for their labor to do this. Instead of them coming out of, the goodness of their hearts because their brother's home was flooded and he's elderly, he's one of the older brothers. You would think that, when my aunt of the previous, like 10 years prior, 15 years prior, when we had gotten flooded before, when I was a kid, my aunt from the valley, down at the border, she came up and helped tear down the entire house, or all of the sheetrock, the same amount of sheetrock, basically, put it up and help paint it, and tore up all the carpet and put in the new carpet. Was there when all the new carpet came. She was there for all of that. The house looked the same when I came back. It all looked super nice. Nothing like you couldn't even tell that a flood had happened in the house, and it was less water then, but even still, like. And she did that, 6 hours. She lives 6 hours away, at the least, far away from us, down in the valley. She drove up on her own. I think by herself. I don't even think her husband came. She came up by herself. She spent a week here, did all of that, and then drove back. And in fact, gave my parents money and gave my parents things to help them, kind of, darles ánimo, bring the mood up after such a devastating situation. And my literal uncle, who is a construction guy and works in construction, and she doesn't do that. She's what she did, and I still think does. I don't think she's retired. She picks fruit and vegetables and stuff. That's what she goes. She goes with the seasons and goes driving between here and I think it's Minnesota to go picking fruits and vegetables and stuff like that. And so that's not even her fucking job. Like, that's not her profession. That's not something she knew anything about. She just had, it was an off season. She had time. So she came up and she had her papers so she could come up and she did it. And yeah, absolute sweetheart. It's like super, super kind, above and beyond, I would say. And my other aunts also would have come. Don't think that, it was only one person out of like the 10 down there that would have come. They also would have come, but they didn't have their papers at the time. And you have to cross a checkpoint to drive further north from where they are. So That's the only reason. And this time around, they didn't come because of my parents being adamant that they didn't. And they were a little older. Because before it wasn't as bad, this time around it was a lot worse. So we barely had room for ourselves in the house, and my parents didn't want to, would have felt bad. So, you know, this time it was my dad's family to step up, and my dad's family is here. They all live here in Houston, except one person I think who lives in Mexico now. But they're all here in Houston, all within an hour of the house. You know, all on that US phone line. So it doesn't cost them anything to call. It doesn't cost them anything to come and check, help us out, check out anything, reach out even. We reached out to ask my uncle if he could come and help. And then he was like, yes, if you pay me money, I will. And not a family discounted money. It was I'm being kind by offering you this little bit of a discount, type. And also my dad's family isn't the type to just like do a favor, and get paid for it and then just be happy with that. No, you now owe them a favor. If you've paid them money to do a job, that they discounted a little bit because they wanted a favor, that's what they'll do. You know, never mind that a hurricane devastated the house. You know, no. Never mind that they came in, they saw the devastation, and they like fixed it. No. They still wanted that favor. This is why I hate my dad's family. I don't like them. I never will like them. They aren't nice. They're not kind, and especially knowing that kindness does exist from family, and seeing how my mom's family does go above and beyond to make sure that she is fine. Like they were fucking clawing at the walls at their wit's end that they couldn't get a hold of my mom when the phone lines were down after the hurricane. They were seeing all the devastation on TV, and they were terrified of, you know, what was happening with us. And, you know, we obviously came to communicate there was a literal hurricane happening. And they were constantly there. We got one call from my dad's family as the hurricane was actively happening. And it was my snake of an aunt who's a literal piece of shit. I hate her more than anybody else in that family because, she is the mom of my cousin I was super close to then. And the way that she treated my cousin was abhorrent, and I will never forgive her for that. And also she was super adamant about being my godparent and baptizing me, and that just also really soured me on her. Even before before I didn't identify with any religion. So I just fucking hate her. But she called as this hurricane was happening, because it was the low key hurricane. It was like a category 3 or whatever. It might have even been a tropical storm when they hit. I'm not even sure. The hurricane part wasn't the bad part. It was all the flooding. It just kind of stalled on top of us for like 3 or 4 days. And it just dumped a bunch of water. And that was kind of like, and that was that. That's all she wrote. Our everything couldn't hold that much water. So everything flooded. It's why it was such a devastating hurricane. It just stalled on top of us for like 3 days. Dropped, I think it was like almost a record amount. Hawaii still has us beat by like point something inches of rain. I've known too many folk like that. Owe me once, owe me forever. Yeah. That's all of them. That is that entire family. And so she calls, and she's not, and I need you to understand, she's not calling for my welfare, for our welfare. She's calling because she wants a sympathy, because like, oh, woe is me, and also looking if she can stay somewhere. Mind you, she lives in a house that is lifted and not in a floodplain. So if it's gonna and she lives in a 2-story house. But she's playing every fucking card, like, oh no, yeah, the water. She's like, how are you guys? And I'm like, oh, well, the water is rising, and we think it's gonna get in the house. And she's like, oh yeah, I know, me too. And we have the babies here, and oh, it's like in the cars, and we're so worried, and what are we gonna do? And I'm like, I don't fucking want to talk to you right now. How about we don't do that? Let me tell you what I'm not gonna do. And sit here and just listen to you moan about a situation we're both in, and you want to get my vote of sympathy here. So if something does happen to you, everything, like, you'll have my sympathy or whatever. I don't know. And I simply don't care. And so I got off the phone so quickly with her. I don't know why they called me. No one ever should call me. I have zero sympathy for any part of that family. It's like, if you need something, you want something, don't call me. I had my half sister who doesn't like my dad for very valid reasons. She doesn't like my dad. She's my half sister. I 1000% understand why she is not fond of my father. At the same time, he is my dad. And he raised me. So like, I get it. And like, I'm not fond of him, doing what he did to you, and your family, but I'm not gonna sit here and slander my father, like, and nor am I gonna sit here and let you make my dad feel bad. You are a grown woman at this point. If you had issues with our dad, maybe we should have dealt with those before. Maybe a little bit of therapy, I don't know. And if you feel this way, why do you continue trying to contact my dad? Our dad? Let's, stop it. I say he basically just he divorced the wife and then just kind of left it at that, is basically what he did. Because my dad, hey, funny enough, my dad is also from a piece of shit family. So it turns out he also was a piece of shit. But when he married my mom was not about that life. My mom was like, if you continue to do that bullshit, I will leave you. So you better shape up, or I'm leaving your ass. And my dad shaped up. And my mom, in fact, did not leave his ass. So I'm sorry you met my dad when he was like a 19-year-old when he had you. I apologize. That's who you had. I empathize with your situation. And like I said, I understand why you may not like my dad for not being there adamantly for you when you were growing up. But also, I like, stop being fucking weird about it. She's just so fucking weird about it. Anyway, she called my phone, and she called my phone number on Thanksgiving or some shit. And I was like, first of all, how did you get my number? No one knows my number. Absolutely no one knows my number, because I don't want anyone to know my number on that side of the family. So like, not a soul knows my number over there. My parents don't give them my number because they know I don't want anything to do with that side of the family. And so like, what kind of cyber stalking did you have to do to get my number? What did you do? to get my phone number out here. Second of all, why are you calling me on Thanksgiving after never interacting with me ever? You're calling me to get into contact with my father, and if my parents aren't answering your calls, I'm also not going to be answering your call. That is just, you know, that's not even a sorry, not sorry. That's just like a sucks to suck sort of situation. You've had my entire life to interact with me. I was 30 at the time they called. She's much older than me, by the way. She is. My dad had her at about 19. They had me when they were about 40. So she's about 20 years older than me. So, I met her exactly one time. I think I was like 9 or 10. We had to go see her because it was when if it was when my dad was getting his citizenship. It must have been when I was like 7 or 8. I was really young. I was still in elementary school when both my parents were finally able to get their citizenship. We had to go because he needed some papers. Remember when I told you guys my dad's not the brightest bulb in the box? He asking him to fill out his own paperwork was a mistake from the US government. So there was a lot of things that were kind of incorrect on his stuff, including some name stuff. So he needed some information from his ex-wife. And we didn't know, they didn't know, I say we as if I had anything to do with it. They didn't know where she was. So, but they knew where she was. They knew her information. So they got into contact with her as a last resort. And we went and they dealt with the situation. I learned that I had that she had 3 kids. One of them was my age, the other 3 were younger than me. And I was excited to finally, I did not know I had a half sister at that point. I was very excited because I'm an only child. I'm an important note for the story. I'm an only child. So I was very excited about the prospect of having a sibling, even if they were much, much older than me. I thought that was very cool. And she just didn't interact with me, which is, I mean, I get it. Again, an older age, I understand. I simply wish she would have kept that energy. Simply would hope she kept that energy. I've also been told by my cousins that are also all older than me that she like weirdly had this phase where like she kept popping up around them. Like they would go out to like a club or a bar or something and she would just kind of like be there sometimes and like try to like interact with them, even though they like the last time they interacted was when they were literal kids. And she kept trying to like get that, which I get, like I understand, but like that's creepy. There's different ways to go about it, and let me tell you, that's not the one I would have chosen. And so they were kind of creeped out by that situation with her, which again, do not blame them. That is in fact very creepy. And so I don't care at all for that side of the family in the slightest. They're just not kind. They're not giving. Yeah, I was trying to make a connection, just maybe not in the best way. Absolutely. Um. Also, no, I just don't know how I feel about her having her own life for so long. You know, I met her when she was in her 30s, right? My age, about my age now. Married, lived in her own house, had kids, 3 of them to be exact. One of them was my age at the time. And now, 20 years later, is when all of this is coming up. I don't know. But yeah, I just wish it wasn't so like weirdly stalkerish. I have no idea if she tried to connect with me again. I don't care to connect with her. So I just blocked her. I blocked the number. Cause you know what they say, if you don't have anything nice to say, just don't say anything at all. And I simply don't have anything nice to say. So I'm just gonna say nothing at all. Maybe once upon a time I would have had a desire for a connection, but I also don't think she has a desire for connection to me. I don't think she gives a shit about me, which is fine because I don't give a shit about her. But I know my dad. My dad has become a very sensitive being in the last since he's retired. And I simply am not going to risk his mental health for her for her to have a gotcha moment, like I don't need that for him. Maybe that's selfish. I simply don't care. If there was any desire for a connection, she would have gotten it already. Also, I'm starting to think she got it from Facebook. I've removed everything is on my old Facebook. It just doesn't have any actual information on it anymore. But I think I made that decision after she called me, and I figured that that's the only way she would have gotten that phone number. Is somehow she found it on there. But yeah, so I don't know. It just feels like the opportunity has come and gone for that kind of relationship. And like, if I felt it was an earnest desire to reach out to me, myself, and I, and not to get through to my father from me, then I would be more open to the interaction. But I do not trust that it's not just a desire to just get to my father, our father. I don't know. It feels like she had a chance and it's over. It's gone and done with. Maybe I'll feel differently in the future. Maybe if she tries to interact with me in a less fucking stalkerish way, I'd be like, hey, if you're gonna get my name and number off of my Facebook, hey, why send me a Facebook message? Be a normal person and interact with me like that instead of, I don't know, just calling my number out of nowhere. I didn't even know. I didn't even have her number. I think in one of the various times that I have been trying, I've gotten like I've tried to save things from my mom's phone or my dad's phone, and their SIM card information has like stuck on my phones. I think that's the way. I have only reason I had her number on my phone anyways. But yeah, calling me on Thanksgiving Day seemed like a trap. So I avoided it. If one day she desires to have a genuine connection with me, I'd be open to it. But I'm not open to it right now. Because that definitely felt like her just trying to get to my dad through me. Like it definitely felt like one of those, oh yay, I'm trying to contact our dad. Do you have his number? It felt like one of those moments, and I'll be honest with you, zero desire to deal with that situation. To just have like a big like fuck no. Hell no. I probably should have one that's like open over here. A book that's open over here. But I've already spent an inordinate amount of time on this. So I'm just gonna move on. We're almost done with this tedious list on this side. We have a mirror left on our clubs. Also, I've decided to theme these a little bit by color. So hearts are mostly like blue purpley-ish colors. Mostly my clubs are like warmer orangey earth tones. It looks like we're going for a more greener, bluer tone with the spades based off of what I did before. I still need to design all of this. There's the entire narrative part of this game that I have not really discussed at all with you guys because it feels mostly self-explanatory. In the way of just like, hey, you're gonna get all these things and you just have to figure out narratively how you're gonna put them together and how they're gonna break. I've given you guys like the lowdown of that. I've given you guys the most boring part of the game, which is just constantly rolling dice. I was just basically playing a casino game on stream, is what it felt like. Just dropping a card, rolling dice. Have a good night, Crit Witch. Thanks so much for stopping by, hanging out, and all the advice. Or all the like yeah, I'd say advice, all the suggestions and stuff that you helped out with. I appreciate it. And the feedback. How is dice rolling boring? True, especially when it's me rolling them. When it's me rolling them, you never know what you're gonna get. Well, have a good night, Grit Witch. I didn't just go, yeah, you did. You gave feedback and stuff. I was here. I was here. You too, thanks. All right, and then it's something like that, I think. Or like a floor length. We're just doing this one live. I don't have it in me to just Google what a mirror looks like. I'm hoping to get through at least 5 of the little ones before I get off today. Because we've already been streaming for almost 5 hours, so like we out here. And I appreciate you guys for having hung out with me for as long as you guys have been here. Especially everyone who has given an opinion. An opinion is feedback and advice, whether we believe it or not. It helped me get through the majority of the rules I had left. I had a general idea of what I thought I wanted, and for the most part, going into it with a strong idea of how I just wanted it to end worked out very fine. Oh, stretch, drink some water. Tomorrow, I'm going to be over on Other Doc's channel, doing our finale of Nine Fox Gambit. We have a plan. We just have to execute now. And we're probably gonna die. To be honest with you, we're probably not making it out of there alive. I think just narratively, I don't think we have a real chance, in surviving. But if we do, I'm gonna try. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm sure gonna fucking try. My character didn't choose to be an Andan just for shits and gigs, you know? For those of you who don't know, Nine Fox Gambit is like a space opera-y game. Big sci-fi energy. The world is basically, I was thinking about it yesterday while we were playing Helldivers, or I was playing Helldivers with my friend Dylan and co. And we were joking about, or we were talking about like, we were talking about two different sci-fi games. We were talking about that, and we were also talking about Steel Hunters, I think is the name of the game. Hold on. It's like the new game in beta and stuff. Yeah, Steel Hunters. And Steel Hunters is a mecha game that also has its own like little lore. Which is also funky. It's like humans are in like this apocalyptic-esque world now. And humans have like found a way to like mix themselves with these mechas somehow, some way. And that's how they're like kind of surviving through this apocalyptic ending, while all the rich people naturally have left. And to greener pastures. And then, Helldivers is the game where it's all a parody. It's like Helldivers, a game about super democracy and how you could be a better citizen. And you're a Helldiver. You're the most citizen to ever citizen here. Thanks to your efforts, you are making sure that Super Earth can continue to prosper as it has, beating back our enemies and definitely not using them for science experiments, and them being extremely justified in their attempts to overthrow us humans. And in that same kind of like brainwashy way, that's sort of how the universe of Nine Fox Gambit is. It's all about the Hex Circuit in this case. And the Hex Circuit is all about it's space magic that only works if you like believe in it. Big Peter Pan energy. And when people stop like buying into the narrative, buying into the cult essentially, things start going awry in the Hex Circuit, in the world, essentially, in our society. And so it is pertinent to the survival of the Hex Circuit and the order and magic it brings to our society to bring any heretic who thinks that way to either, brainwash them back into believing, or to kill them / sacrifice them, because you have to make sacrifices, obviously, to the Hex Circuit to keep the calendar moving. And the calendar is kind of like how everything works also. So it has like the same energy, except like there is a tangible power connected to the cult. But like everything, obviously it has a the strong would like to stay strong, and therefore that's why they are the strong ones and we are the ones who don't move up the totem pole. And obviously, like, not all heretics are actually heretical. Sometimes you just gotta meet a quota. You have to, you have to sacrifice so many people in a week. So it just is like, it's kind of how it rocks and rolls. So that is how Nine Fox Gambit's world is. To my understanding, it has a whole book series and stuff like that, but I don't remember the first name. Oh my god, what is her name? I just wish names would just stick in this little brain of mine every once in a while. It is by Yoon Ha Lee, I think is her name. I think I need to find the... I'm never finding this. I'm never finding it. Oh, you know what? I might have it open. If I open my PDF, my PDF, app, I'll get it. Yeah, it's a Yoon Ha Lee. They are the author of the Nine Fox Gambit universe. I think there's like 3 or 4 books. It's kind of crazy. Love it, actually. It's a gnarly universe. So big fan of it so far. And it's very dark, and it's very like everyone is kind of a bad person due to living in a terrible society, but also just in general, this terrible society, because again, the magic is real. It actually does shit. So you can make awful rituals and they have tangible effects. And you know, there are sacrifices literally being made by everyday people who are brainwashed into the shit. And there's some people who are in it and some people who aren't in it. Like who know what's up, and there's other people who just have no idea. Some people are like totally bought into the idea and some people aren't. For example, our characters are heretics. We do have heresies that mean we are not assimilated to the we're not totally bought into the Kool-Aid, essentially. And I'm gonna do this. What would be the best color for you? Probably something like that. But yeah, so some people are like totally bought in and we are not. That's why we're player characters. We all have our heresies that we believe in and that make us heretics. And they're the things that like we have to contend with as we exist in this world. And some of us are totally bought in. Even though we have our heresies, we buy into what the hex art is and what it does, and we believe that it exists for the greater good and stuff like that. Classic brainwash material. And so I don't know how to do a reflection, and I tried my best and my best isn't good enough, so I'm just gonna look it up. It's probably gonna go diagonally. You know what? That's a good point. I'm just gonna scroll until I find something that I can use. And yeah, so for example, I am so like some people are totally bought into it, right? Like they are super into the hex circuit, and they and despite anything and everything we find, they're like, yes, this is for the best. No matter what I find here, it is for the best that the hex circuit exists. And then there's some other people that are just doing it, to get by, like in the rat race essentially of it all. Because that's the world we live in, and like what else do I do in this situation? And then there's the people who are actively trying to change it. And those are the biggest heretics of them all. I need to see Adron. So I saw one that just did this, right? Like just did that, and that's pretty good. Giving you like that sense of reflection. But I would like to see other examples. Mirror drawn. I need to see one at my angle. First of all, that's goated choice on the this actually. Like, and then there's some people whose role in society is like the messier of the ones who are a little bit more into like the know of what's up in the world. Because they're in the nitty gritty. They're the ones that see like the heretics all the time. and are the ones like deciding, are like the judge and the executioner. Some are the judge, the jury, and the executioner. And like to be some of these classes, essentially, or in these factions, like you have to be bought in, otherwise it doesn't work. And in other ones, that's not really a necessity. You just have to be bought in enough. And you're just simply like not a good person. Like my character, for example, is an Andan, and the Andans are like the Andans are basically like the diplomats. They're the ones, the financiers. They're like the top 1%, essentially. They're the Wall Streeters, or like the capital citizens, essentially, in the Hunger Games. They're the people who are the culture, set the culture in order to keep order in the Hex Circuit. They have the trends. They are everything, essentially. They also decide who gets the money. They're the financiers, essentially. So, and because they're also the diplomats, being diplomatic in this case is a little bit different, because you're usually going to find heretics, because anyone who's not part of the Hex Circuit is in fact just a heretic. So, they, make contact with different colonies, and then they get them into the Hex Circuit one way or another, whether through ritual sacrifice or through brainwashing them to become a part of the society of the Hex Circuit. Both serve a similar purpose. Both of those are serving the Hex Circuit, and keeping it strong. So, the different factions have different roles to play in the world. So like the Vidona are the teachers of the world, and also the ones who kind of know the letter of the law the best. That is why they are the teachers. But they are also the judge and the jury and the executioner. They have to be bought in completely in the Hexarchy to do their job. They are brainwashed completely and totally in order to do their job effectively and be able to decide when somebody else is not doing their job in the Hex Circuit. And they have a special ability called Death Touch, which means if they touch you, you die. I know. I'm sure you never would have guessed it otherwise. And it's used so they can, because if anyone's going to know who a heretic is, it's going to be a Vidona, because they, again, know the letter of the law to a T, because that is what they did in their faction school. That's what they learned. They are the most brainwashed, almost of them all, when it comes to the Hexarchy. Then there are the Kel. The Kel are basically the army, essentially, but to like the nth degree. You are... That's good enough for me. You are one part of a whole. And that whole is all of the Kel. So when you guys are close to each other, you can like you kind of know where each other are because of that. And you are typically, like I said, you guys are the military guys, so you guys know more about the fighting. You guys know more about they are the perfect soldier. So they are unable to not follow a rule by a superior officer. If a superior officer tells them to do something, they must do it. It is something called a formation instinct, and it's basically, I don't know if it's placed in them or like if it's a physical thing that they have like injected into them, or if it's something they get brainwashed into. But that's what they do. They're very good at fighting. They don't need to think. They just need to do. And that is the Kell. Then there is the Rahal. The Rahal are like the legislators, the magistrates. They maintain the calendar and all the regulations associated with it. They are the ones who like protect the citizens who don't have any faction affiliation, because not everyone has a faction. In fact, most people don't have a faction. Most people are just normal citizens. And the Rahal make sure that everything goes correctly for them. They create and they enforce the laws of the Hexarchate, and their ability is basically to read your mind. They can read your mind, and make sure that you are telling the truth. Then there are the more wishy-washy of the classes, essentially, of the factions. You have the Narai. The Narai are the scientists. They are the medical people. They're the mathematicians. They're the engineers. They are all about the technology. They want to just know how technology works and improve it and make things better. I a little bit. So if you're playing in the Rye, you want to do technology, and also because of that, you are a questionable your morality, it comes into, and your ethics come into play a lot. Because again, you just want more technology, proficiency, knowledge. The mad scientists, they are the ones who created the moth drive, the things that let us, go into FTL and stuff. And those are literal space moths that we have, that the Narai have enslaved in order for us to use them as ships. They also make a lot of the really, really terrible weapons that are used all over the place. So like the Narai are, that's who the Narai are. Then you have the Shuos. The Shuos are your rogue. The easiest way to describe them is they're just the rogue. The Shuos are the ones who do all the dirty work for everyone. They do the intelligence operations. They're amoral. They're usually assassins and spies, they pretend to be other factions all the time. And you have dubious ethics, and you like playing games with other people's lives, essentially. So they their ability is basically they're really good at lying. So deceit is what they're very good at. They're also known to not be very play nice with others. And then there's the Ondans. Ondan is the player I'm playing, or the faction I'm playing. Ondans are, like I said, they are the dominant culture. They dominate the culture. They are responsible for financing, diplomacy. They assimilate heretics. who are deemed capable of learning how to follow the Hexarchit's laws. The Andan, like, they value beauty as their weapon, and they use that to kind of get their step ahead, and that's how they kind of battle. They're really, like, they have a very sharp tongue, and while they can fight, that's not their proficiency. Physical fighting is not their proficiency. It's a mental game for them. Which is why their ability is to they get into your mind. They can, like, essentially charm you and dominate you. If they're at a higher social hierarchy than you. All right, that's clubs done. Which one is next? And so I think I want to do spades, and we'll do diamonds last, I think. Oh, I forgot to turn you off. Boop. And that's very interesting to play. It has been very interesting to play. This sort of this character who is in it for themselves. I have chosen that this character is an Andan for because they are the the place you can succeed the most in the hierarchy, or in the Hexarchate. They believe they are the status quo. They set the trends. They are the ones that are, like, she definitely believes she's better than everyone. 1,000%. No doubt about it. A rake. How have I forgotten? I kind of see a rake. I haven't had a rake in such a long time. And like, yeah, she definitely thinks she's better than everyone. No doubt about it. And she is not afraid to let it be known, because that's very Andan of her. But she also thinks that, her heresy is she believes she should be setting things. That the way that things go on in the Hexarchate is not it. And if Andan Floor, my character, had her way, things would be different. She believes she could do a better job of setting up essentially what the Hexarchy is. And would be her long-term goal is to find a way to be, like, in charge of it all. Be in the room where it happens, make things happen. Like, I don't think she necessarily, like, she doesn't necessarily believe that the Hexarchy doesn't work, but she definitely sees, like, why the Hexarchy is not the best. Like, her day job, like I said, she assimilates heretics, but not everyone is a heretic. Sometimes you just have to meet quotas. And Vadona do that by just, like, nitpicking the fuck out of somebody. Like, sometimes people just straight up are bad, but a lot of the times they're just straight up not. Anyone can be brainwashed. It's not hard to brainwash a person. You just don't brainwash people because you need somebody to sacrifice. And it's easier to say that someone is a heretic and sacrifice them than actually finding people who are unable to be reformed, essentially, in the eyes of the Hexarchy. And that's just a reality she knows. You know, she works as a diplomat. So she knows, you know, that it's very easy to just simply be another, oh no, look at you, you're a traitor to the Hexarchy, you're a heretic, and you cannot be saved. But it also serves her as a pre-existing, like, she chose Andan because that's where the power lies, you know? That's what captured her attention. She is power hungry, but she also is power hungry in a way that is not overly greedy to start with. She does buy in to the social hierarchy. You know, that is very important to her because she has a tangible ability that is tied to that social hierarchy. But that does not stop her from thinking she can do better. Like, if she were in charge, she could do things a lot better. But that's a heresy. So she doesn't voice that opinion very often or ever. But that doesn't stop her from not believing it. And it was worded a little bit differently when I first created the character, but as the campaign has gone forward and we've gone in a certain direction, with these characters, I have decided that is like that is exactly her heresy. It was something like hers was always I'm above the status quo or I am the status quo. But her purpose for being the status quo has changed a little bit. It was highly going to depend on what kind of campaign we were doing. And now I know exactly why she thinks the way she thinks. Although I always knew that she was an Andan because that's just what was going to serve her the best. I always knew. I always imagined it very Gossip Girly, you know, and the entire energy of it all. Of Floor. So I've very much been enjoying playing that kind of character. Although sometimes I definitely feel like I need to be like, I definitely need to say something like, you know, just because it's coming out of my mouth doesn't mean that this is what my character believe or I believe as a person. All the words being said are the belief of the character I am playing and not the person. It's like those Twitter bio things of just like, all opinions are my characters alone. She does not represent me as a person. Because she's definitely said some egregious things in this campaign that have definitely gotten some visceral reactions from the crew. And I've just been like, or like in chat, and I'm just like, it's not me. We all know that, right? It's not me saying these things. We're all on that same page. Like I said something about mental health. Um one of the characters is fucking just like going through it in life, and they've been diagnosed as like depressed. And so when I was getting like a lowdown of that character, um for whatever reason, I was like, I can't remember why I asked about him, but as I was being told about him, it was just like, oh yeah, God, I don't even remember what I said. It was something along the lines of invalidating depression is something that's just easily fixable, is essentially uh the moral of the story, is what the statement said. And the reaction that got was visceral and immediate from the crew and chat. And I was just like, in my mind, I'm like, I need like verbal confirmation that we all understand that this is my character and not my beliefs. Like, I need you to tell me that you understand that that's not an opinion held by me, even though my face is the one saying it. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun playing that character in that game, even though sometimes I'm very much lost as to what's happening. Because everyone else in the group has read the series at this point, and I have not. So nor am I gonna before the season ends. I think I eventually will. It is a very interesting narrative to me, but definitely not before tomorrow. So it's been a ton of fun. And just kind of seeing all of their reactions when things happen or like when people are introduced, because I'm just like, I have no idea who that is. All of this sounds about as stock as it possibly could be to me. Like our cliffhangers keep being like, and here's this person who appears behind you and starts talking, or here's this person's shadow, and I'm just like, I don't even know what that means, first of all. Second of all, um what do we mean? Who, like, it's like, and before you stands so and so, and I'm like, okay. Which honestly I'm fine with, because it works perfectly for my character. With her, like I said, with her intentions of just thinking she is better than everyone. And that she can do a lot better than everyone else. When it comes to running this place. So I've just been rolling with it. Honestly, I've just been fine with it. I've been fine with all of it. I'm like, I don't need to know what's happening, truly. This works out better for my character, because like, she cares about a hierarchy, obviously, and she's not going to do anything to piss anybody off in such a way that's going to get her assimilated / killed. Well, she definitely has thoughts and opinions. that she disguises well if anybody ever goes into her head. But that's going to be tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, I think. The early game. I'm getting hungry. I didn't eat a ton earlier today. What do I have after rake? Is it something easy? A broom. That's relatively easy. A lot of these I can just do. Like that's why I love spades and diamonds last, because tools and diamonds are fairly easy. For tools I have shovel, rake, broom, hammer, hose, scissors, pincushion, whisk, shoehorn, clothing hangers, wheel, typewriter, pinwheel. Pinwheel's going to be hard. Marbles, and then diamonds are marbles, jacks, silverware, coins, pins, nails, bouncy balls, candle holder. That one's going to be hard. Knitting needles, pitons, horseshoes, pant belts, ornaments, and doorknobs. Those are all fairly easy in comparison to like a lantern, pots and pans, a horn, a bag of fruits, a brush, yarn, dolls, a wreath, picture frames. Like all of those are a little bit more esoteric. Like all very like manageable things, but things that take a little bit more effort. So let's finish this and then we'll call it a night. Because I'm also losing my voice a little bit because I've been doing a poor job of taking care of it this stream. I've just been kind of talking and not drinking any water. But yeah, it's definitely a fun game. And with a lot of people I've never played with before, so it's been fun to just see their kind of like playing style. And like I've played with Pope before a ton, so like I know Pope. And I can play off of Pope really well at this point. Because Pope is just a very good role player. But playing with Ewan and Doc and Hollow Invective, it's been a lot of fun. Getting to know those guys. It's always fun to play with more people or new people, even if it is a little nerve-wracking sometimes. And like I said, the setting's very interesting as a whole. I will say Nine Fox Gambit is a very fun system to play, even though it's a little loosey-goosey in nature. Or by nature, I should say. Um, sorry, I'm just doing the little stretching. I am I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to some games in the new year. Um, I have some things planned this week, actually. Uh, essentially, having meetings this week with some people to discuss some games here, that'll be run on the channel in the future. And also, maybe some more stuff with Kalino, doing some stuff, some collab stuff with Kalino. Which is always fun. I love hanging out and playing with Callan. And that's also like a role-playing thing. So like I even though it's a different medium, it's still in the same vein. I am so we're doing that. We're doing some more discussion for things that are going to come up, although we both think it's going to be more of a February start rather than a January start. Even though we kind of thought January might be the date, might be the thing, but while it might be more convenient to only skip like 2 months in between series, we are busy. Bees. We are gonna be a little bit busy coming up, so also I have the I'm gonna see if we can get some stuff planned with Uncivilized Dan here in for January is what I think I've decided. I want to do something in January. I know I hemmed and I hawed about doing something instead in March, but I didn't want to wait that long. So instead, I'm gonna see what I can get done in a month. In less than a month, a little over a month. We're gonna discuss some things at the end of the week, and we're gonna see how that flies. How everything works with their schedule, and then some brainstorming for some stuff to do for stream. If there's anything fancy we want to collaborate on, and if not, obviously even setting stuff up on my side. I think we have a system, so it's just a matter of thinking of how to utilize that system, which reminds me I need to read the system. I'll do that on Wednesday, I think. Just so I have my game in my head the entire until Wednesday. And then after that I can after that I can think about a bunch of other stuff. This game has been in my mind for a while now, and I am simply I'm simply fine with that. Well, I don't have the picture of Rakes up anymore, and frankly, I'm not going to go looking for another one, so I'm just simply gonna make a handle here. I started early today also because I just knew I had a ton of work to do, and I also wanted to get as many opinions as I possibly could on the game mechanics to see if you guys thought they were fine and if there was anything else you guys can think of, such as the face cards. I did want to think about the face card values. I just completely forgot. It was like in the back of my mind that I should maybe think about the card face value. I was like, if I can get the rules down, that will be a win for me. I will have one. Because that is where I was struggling. I was really struggling with like the purpose of the game, aside from just having a silly goofy time. I needed the silly goofy time to have a little bit of structure. My effort after today is going to be to or after Wednesday is going to be to simply write it out, and I'll put it somewhere. I don't know where. I'll ask you guys on the day. I'll ask you guys on Wednesday where you guys would like me to publish it. If like Ko-Fi or Itch or whatever, Patreon. I'm trying to think if like I was inspired by anything, and like I was kind of, but in the way of just kind of like just do it kind of energy. I don't think I've taken inspiration from any like rules or games or anything that I've played or know anything about. That feels rakish, right? Well, maybe rake like, I should say. Rake is a word for other things. So I should not say rakish. Rake like, more accurate. I got mad laggy, let me tell you right now. And I look forward to seeing how that's going to end and what everyone's end game is going to be, essentially. We spent a lot of time breaking Doc's character. Um, I'm happy to consider that a rake. And I'm happy to consider that done. Okay. That was good. That was good. We got a ton done. I got the most important thing done for me. Some of these cards can really be phoned in, so like I'm not worried of just having to sit there and do them fast. I'm mostly worried about doing all the top bits, but even that could be kind of like shoehorned in. Including this stuff down below. I could always just like write whatever, do like a blurb about it instead of like what I have here. Although this is most likely what I'm gonna do, write those all out, but that's kind of easy. I can do that like while we're playing. But yeah, so Wednesday, you're gonna catch me back here for game night where we're gonna be playing Gremlin Gifts. Hopefully I get the overlay down and stuff like that, and it's not just the basic one, but if it is the basic one, I need you guys not to say anything about it. What else? Tomorrow you can find me over on Other Doc's channel, in which we're going to be playing our finale of Nine Fox Gambit. Like I said, it's what I've just been talking about for the past like hour and a half. So if that's sounded at all interesting to you, feel free to hop on by. It's over there at www.twitch.tv/OTHERDOC. OTHERDOC, Other Doc. That's where you'll catch me tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then the day after that, we're going to be here at probably 7 p.m. Central Standard Time as I hustle to get everything done. Then on Thursday, hold on, I need to check my schedule. I need to see what time these things are. Because it might determine when I'm going to be live, if I'm live that day. Let's see, Thursday won't affect anything. So Thursday we'll be back here. I'll probably be playing some Minecraft. I'll be honest with you. I've been jonesing to play and I haven't been playing at all. Then on Friday, kind of up in the air whether or not I'm going to be streaming. I probably will. The things I have planned are earlier in the day, and if I start at 7, it'll be fine. But I might be. But if I do, it will also be for some Minecraft. While I take a little bit of a break before I get back to it to get stuff done. Because I have to sit on what Dan and I are going to talk about. But yeah, so thank you guys so much for hanging out and watching. I really appreciate it. Yeah, tomorrow over on Other Docs for the finale, then on Thursday for my game that we've been working on all month. And then, just a Minecraft until next week. I also will be streaming. I don't have anything special going on for December, so like if you guys want to, I'll be here. I'll probably be doing some Minecraft. Maybe I'll start work on the stuff I need for next month. Maybe I'll start early, who knows. Honestly, all up kind of in the air until I figure some stuff out. So thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to be nice to each other. Don't forget to be compassionate, and I'll see you guys all in the next one. Bye. And it's already been a long stream, so I'm just gonna thank you guys for stopping by, hanging out. I really appreciate it. JK. Thank you guys so much for stopping by, hanging out. I really appreciate you guys. All of you guys are rock stars. Thank you guys so much for stopping by, hanging out. And like I said, any opinion or any just like advice or honestly anything was really nice to just get from you guys, because like I said, I've been humming and hawing about these rules for a long time. So even you guys just sitting here lurking, watching, whatever you guys did, I really appreciate it. And thank you guys so much once again to my lurkers. You guys rock. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your morning, evening, nights. I hope to see you guys over on Other Doc's channel. If not, over here on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time to play some Gremlin Gifts. And thank you guys so much for lurking and leaving my stream on in the background to show my appreciation. Here's a 3-minute ad. And for those of you who are watching me with Turbo, just ad watchers and those of you who are subscribed. Thank you guys. You guys really do make a huge impact on the stream. The little bit I get from you guys really goes a long way when it comes to just like doing some fun stuff, including this game. So like it's very just like affirming and just really makes me smile to have you guys stop by, hang out, watch, subscribe, give subs, or just watch with your turbo. Honestly, thank you guys for choosing me to watch and hang out and chat in chat. Let me know what you guys think of some of the stuff I'm working on. And because I really value you guys' opinion, you guys are the watchers of the stream, of the streams, and I appreciate you guys a lot. So yeah, I'm here for it. There were 2 Monday Night Football games this month or this week. Hold on. Let me look at the real app. I saw that the Falcons were playing earlier, and they were winning, which I was kind of surprised by. Oh, never mind. They were against the Raiders. It was Falcons, Raiders, and Vikings, Bears. 2 kind of terrible games. Shout out to Monday Night Football. It was Falcons, Raiders, Falcons 15, Raiders 9, then Vikings 30, Bears 12. Dude, fucking Justin Jefferson is a absolute tank. The way he's able to just like make touchdowns. Because Sam Darnold is, he's been doing fine this season, but he's not a great quarterback, He's all right. But he's not the best. But yeah, so once again, thank you guys so much for hanging out and watching. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your morning, nights, evenings. I am going to be going to go eat, and I hope you guys are taking care of yourselves. Make sure to take any any medicines you need to take. Make sure to stay hydrated, make sure to eat, and I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.